All is not lost. The unconquerable will and study of revenge, immortal hate and courage never to submit or yield. And what else not to be overcome? That glory never shall his wrath or might extort from me, to bow and sue for grace with suppliant knee and deify his power. Who from the terror of his arm so late doubted his empire? Fallen cherub, to be weak is miserable, doing or suffering, but of this be sure, to do all good never will be our task, but ever to do ill our sole delight, as being contrary to his high will whom we resist. To visit oft this new creation round, unspeakable desire to see and know all these his wondrous works, but chiefly man, his chief delight and favor, him for whom all these works so wondrous he ordained, hath brought me from the choirs of cherubim alone thus wandering. O Sun, to tell thee how I hate thy beams, that bring to my remembrance from what state I fell, how glorious once above thy sphere, till pride and worse ambition threw me down, warring in heaven against heaven's matchless king. What could be less than to afford him praise, the easiest recompense, and pay him thanks? How do? Yet all this good proved ill in me, and wrought but malice lifted up so high, I stained subjection, and thought one step higher would set me highest, and in a moment quit the debt immense of endless gratitude, so burdensome still paying, still to owe, forgetful what from him I received, and understood not that a grateful mind by owing owes not, but still pays, at once indebted and discharged. Which way I fly is hell. Myself am hell, and in the lowest deep a lower deep, still threatening to devour me, opens wide, to which the hell I suffer seems a heaven. Oh, then at least relent. Is there no place left for repentance? None for pardon left, none left but by submission? And that word disdain forbids me, and my dread of shame among the spirits beneath, whom I seduced with other promises and other vaunts than to submit, boasting I could subdue the omnipotent. I, me, they little know how dearly I abide that boasts, so vain under what torments I inwardly groan, while they adore me on the throne of hell. So farewell, hope, and with hope forever fear. Farewell, remorse, all good to me is lost. Evil be thou my good. If what is evil be real, why not known, since easier shunned? God therefore cannot hurt ye and be just. No just, not God, not feared then, nor obeyed. Your fear itself of death removes the fear. Why then was this forbid? Why but to awe? Why but to keep you low and ignorant? His worshippers. He knows that in the day ye eat thereof, your eyes that seem so clear, yet are but dim, shall perfectly be opened and cleared, and ye shall be as gods. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? This is DH Thorne with our sister, the Fleshy Priest. We noticed we're going to change a little bit tonight. The Fleshy Priest. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that selected reading from one of my favorite poems, The Story of Paradise Lost by John Milton. And some of the artwork that you see sort of blurry on the screen is a bit of, hold on, my audio person, could you hear my reading from before? Yeah, okay, good.
Oh yeah, no, it was good.
It was good, okay. So some of this art is from Gustave Doré. So it's, public work stuff. Anybody can use that. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that little select reading. That was actually specifically from my latest blog post, which is sort of my mission statement, if you will, against the oncoming authoritarian march of progress, shall we say. And that specific part of the story of that reading was from right after Satan/Lucifer was cast out of heaven after losing the war in hell. So, what's up? All right, so girlfriend, what's up, girlfriend?
I feel like I needed to make some like slam poetry snapping after that.
All right, shut up. I'm gonna get a beanie. I'll wear a beanie next
No,
time.
no, not. I mean that in a good
Yeah,
way.
I mean that in a good way too. Except I hate beanies. Yeah, don't clap, everybody. No clapping. Just I want to hear snappings. Just snap when I'm done. We're too cool to clap. So hopefully
Yeah,
I don't
you
burn my
say it,
whole
brother.
house down. That candle's kind of close to my tapestry there. It's only like 6 inches away, so a good little gust of wind from my air conditioner which just clicked on. We'll find out. I got an air. I got a fire killer right here.
Yeah, don't worry. You got me and how many other people? 49 other people watching.
49. It'll be fine.
So
It'll look good. It'll be like,
so if you
hey.
hear me just screaming, then yeah.
Hold on. Let's practice. What will that sound like when the screaming starts? What will that be like?
Let's just not do that right now because I don't want to freak my roommates out any more than I already have with
Will
this attire.
will they start? Will they come running in with bad dragon paraphernalia to try to help you out and finish, or what are you afraid of, there, boss?
They'd have to get it out of my fucking closet first.
You make it sound like it only barely fits in there.
Well, that's why it's not in the sock drawer.
Yeah, speaking of sock drawers, that's something that whatever happened with that little adventure with King Paimon's the thing you were doing. If you care to even speak about that in public.
Let's not get into that right now because recently, as you know, it didn't go too good.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like that's the thing. Like, did it go badly or was it just weird?
Well, I have some new scars.
Oh, that part of not so well.
In
That is
Yeah,
true.
in a very, very physical sense, I have some new scars. So let's let those heal, then I could probably talk about it.
Okay. Okay. I'll forget by then because you know I'm very self-centered, so I will forget.
Oh, I'll probably bring it up at some point. Everybody just like, hey, don't be a fucking idiot like me. Don't do this. It was dumb.
Don't do a
But
stupid.
no, otherwise, except for that one little aspect that I know I'm dancing around, it's been going good. King Paimon teaches good things.
I mean, he is a badass to start with. There's no question. I would always start with Lucifer for a while, though. Always start with Lucifer or whatever one of those aspects. You could go with, Satan. You could go with, any of those higher aspects of that energy. But Lucifer for sure is a great place to start. So who do we got in our chat tonight? Let me lean in. And of course, Sleazy P Martini, one of my favorite people to watch live stream. Instead of doing it tomorrow night, the fucking pompadour-haired motherfucker, he's got to do it tonight. And I couldn't watch it tomorrow anyway because we were probably gonna be playing games and crap. But damn it, brother, why? Everyone should go. Tell you what, do you guys like Guar? Let me see in the comments. Do you guys like Guar? Let me get a hell yes
And
or a hell no. Do you guys like Guar?
and everybody sound off in the comments either ways. So
True.
either way, so that we can say hello to you, beautiful bastards, bitches, and non-binary witches.
True. So
I'm especially feeling the non-binary part tonight.
So the just to let you guys know, the chat is at least 40 seconds delayed. It looks like tonight. So if I seem like a long time getting to you, that's why. So if you guys like Sleazy P Martini, go to his YouTube channel, find him real quick, go into the live chat and be like, DH Thorne sent me. I love your shit, and subscribe to that motherfucker. Unless you hate Guar or something. So go in there and give me a shout out. Be my buddy. Give me that shout out. Fucking, I love Sleazy P Martini and I love Guar. I don't love Guar as much as I did when I was in high school, be honest. But fucking Guar is awesome. I like Guar. Go in there, give him a thumbs up, and be like, DH Thorne sent me. You're freaking awesome. Thank you. So subscribe to his channel. He does riff tracks and all kinds of cool shit on stuff. I think he's got 2 movies so far he's done, and he always brings in people. Like he had Ballsack last time. It's freaking funny as hell. So I want to watch that one. We should do a movie night and watch that.
I've never stuck around for an entire one of his streams, but I have tuned in, and it's just like, I fucking commend him because I don't know if he's just doing it for the character or if this is what he does in real life, but he just sits there and he fucking chain smokes one after
the
the
whole
other.
time. The whole time.
It's like, Jesus Christ, how does your voice not sound like this by the end?
And he does it in that cheesy ass, like, I don't know if that's real leather, but that red leather coat. He's got the plastic hairdo sticking way the fuck out. And his lighting is good. I like good lighting, as in case you can't tell. I like good lighting.
Yeah.
My little bitch behind me is not, she's not. Be social, woman. Be social. Say hi. Say Say hi, baby.
I'm being pretty social,
Not you. This thing's all spun around. What happened? How did that spin
but
around? I wasn't here.
I
That's
don't
weird.
know. It was like that as soon as I came on. Oh,
Yeah,
but
but it was
let me
straight
say
when I
let me
started.
say hello to the people.
Oh yes,
We
let's
have
let's read them off.
AKA Morningstar, Arachnos, Bonnie Woodruff. Sorry, I have not responded to you on Instagram again. I'll get
Uh-oh.
back to you on that. Damiante Infernus, Dark One, Dia Phoenix, Eric Coetting, Geoffar, Geoffar 524, Jennifer Vatsa, General 7, Johannes Josef von Engelstadt, Krajinski, L. the Alchemist, Lamia Nightstorm, Lucas Vose, Orbis, Terre Luciferi,
I
Philip
like that.
Black, Shane Stephenson, Tatum, The Black Pylon, The Hermit, and
Ooh,
Truth Addict.
I like that. The Black Pylon. That is like Black Pylon. That's like what would that be? Like a band name? That's like an order name. That's like if you're in an order, you're like in the sect of the Black Pylon. Like that's badass. I like that.
I'll be honest, I nearly had a Freudian slip and called it the Black Python.
How's
Um,
that for? Never mind. I don't want to know. You are wearing a dress tonight. Let's not talk about this. I'll be playing the part of the straight man tonight, which is a little unusual. Uh,
Somebody's got to be.
Somebody's got to be.
Oh, you
So
know what? So we got a super chat,
we got a super. Okay.
but to clear the air really quick, speaking of playing the straight man and everything, I announced to everybody I was going to be wearing this
Hmm.
on this stream, and some people called me gay. Speaking of the
Why?
whole straight man thing, I have no idea. I
What
have
the hell?
never been accused of being gay in my entire life. I don't, yeah, that's wow.
What? Why? Why? I don't understand.
Nor do I. Wow. I'm a
I
little
wouldn't worry
offended.
about it. Sometimes that's. I mean,
Oh no,
honestly, honestly, like once upon a time that was a compliment. Like I'm really gay. I'm really gay all the time. I'm gay and happy, and I don't
no,
know.
I take it as a compliment.
I still use
Um,
that. Like I got in trouble with somebody once because like I'm from the '90s, and so like we never meant it like as a sexual slur. But like if you're playing a video game and your friend like kills you like really cheesily, you're like, oh, that was so gay. Like you don't think of that
yeah,
as like an insult to anybody. You just think of that as like, eh.
no, I grew up with that too. Anybody like if it was just somebody else like being like, "Ah, that's so gay." I might say something, but with you, I know how you mean it. I don't give a fuck.
Because I agree.
And
Yeah, that's like if I say mint, people are like, what do you mean? There's nothing minty about it. Why are you calling it mint? Oh, that's mint. People are like, what are you like? What the? You like an Irish
I've,
Catholic from the '80s? Like, what's wrong with you?
and yeah, on the topic of the attire, I wasn't here for the last stream, but the one before that, Mr. EA Coetting gave a very generous tip and told us to go into town and buy something nice, like a dress or
That's right.
something. So, voila.
Is that a thrifty
I,
one, or did you sew it yourself?
no, I don't have those types of skills.
Neither do I, but I got people who'll do it for me.
No, I thrifted and I think it looks
Thrifted.
beautiful on me. And I'm thinking of sending a message to Zarafina asking like, well, he bought me a dress. Did he buy you a dress?
Right? Or maybe she should show up like in a suit and tie. That could be kind of hot too. Like that could be kind of cool. Like what was that? What was that? Fuck. Oh shit. There was a show in the city, Cabaret. Like Cabaret, the chick comes out with like the top hat and the tie and everything. Don't ask. Show tunes, but yeah. So what's up, everybody? I'm really happy to see you. Last week we did wax quite political, and Flesh Priest and I have an agreement where politics is not completely off the table, but it's be kept to a minimum while Flesh Priest is on the air. So I will not be making this into a giant what's happening rant tonight. If it does come up, we will be polite and keep it to a dull roar for Flesh Priest's sake. So we won't be talking a lot about that this week. But obviously, any questions that come up, come up. So whatever you guys want to talk about, we're going to be taking questions in about an hour. We usually do. So when I say taking questions, I mean live phone calls. Actually, I think we're set up for that tonight, right?
Yep,
All right, cool.
always are.
So I don't know who's going to call in. I see, a lot of people in the channel who like to call in. So hopefully we'll get one of them. And so thank you, Eric, for that super chat. Thank you for rewarding Flesh Priest for his red dress that looks kind of purplish.
Yeah, it's the lighting. He actually just said he just sent Zarafina a pair of his tights. That's
Okay,
I love it.
I can
And
see
Lamia
that.
says she would be happy if her son brought me home. At
Yeah.
least I assume she's talking about me.
Wow.
Could be
Yeah.
talking about you.
Could be. Could be. So yeah. So Jennifer Vatsa, a little bit of quick shout out to her too. I got some of your ointments. I've been using them a little bit. I like them. They're very good. They're very high quality. If nothing, I would say like even if you don't ever feel like wow, I like went on a big flight through the astral with these things, they're really high quality. I was actually really impressed with this ointment in particular. It's really well made. It's like I've seen some where it's like just kind of like sloughed together and it's like oily and weird. It's like a nice waxy substance. It like comes out nice. It's like really easy to use. So I did like that one. I actually wore it almost like Vicks Vapor Rub one night right before bed. I was like pow, like all over my chest, and I had pretty good dreams that night. So I'm not going to deny that it was good. I haven't used it in intentional ritual stuff because let me be brutally honest, guys, because of everything that's going on right now. I have been binging on really unhealthy, current events stuff, we'll just say. I've been binging all these things. It's wild, it's fun, it's obnoxious, it's really, it's the animating contest, shall we say. So it is really exciting. Yeah, so all right, guys. So,
And this might segue into that.
mhm.
Our super chat from Eric Coetting with the 666. He says, I love you guys. We fucking love you too, brother. Also, any Shadowgate updates? The
Oh,
Shadow
sure.
World is popping off lately.
Oh, yeah.
And
No, yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I definitely want to note, we all know there was people who were really upset about the whole opening Shadowgates things, and you got some hate for that.
I
But
did.
we are
We're live.
we're not afraid to take some of our own medicine too. Like I know you and I both were pretty much as soon as that was done, had to confront some of our own shadows.
Oh, yeah. Within days, I mean, not to get too political, but this entire election definitely is a piece of one of my shadows. It's attachment, to the world's condition and trying not to let the world get to me because one way or another I will thrive. I know that. It's just a question of how serious is this stuff. It gets you caught up pretty big. So that is definitely one of my shadows coming to light. But I will tell you that we did have a meeting the after the basically we waited a week or two. So we did the working on Halloween night, and just this past Sunday I had a meeting with those people who had the time. So the way I did this was I started with a large group and I whittled it down by intentionally making it a little bit of a slog to go from when I announced it to when we were going to do the gates. I wanted to see who really had the fortitude and interest to actually follow through with doing the gates. So I started off with almost 40 people, which to me is a lot to start with a little project like that. With 40 people, but only a handful were really ready to even attempt. Really, it was only me and another guy were really ready to attempt the gates. So we had to get a bunch of people ready to actually become, veil cutters. And one of them, I don't see him tonight, but he's been here before in the chat. Actually, a couple of them are usually in the chat. But one of them, he had an awesome, I don't know if he said he took it down or not. He said something about like some issue with it. But he had a wonderful review of Shadownomicon and his workings through that, on Become a Living Gods forums, which I don't know if it's still there. And he did mention something about he doesn't like his friends to know like that's him. So I think last time he said like don't say my name, so I'm not going to say his name. But there was a review of my stuff there, and he did an excellent job with a daily journal of his experiences. So he was a veil cutter. There's a couple other people who became veil cutters, as we called it, and veil cutters were people who were there to open the gates to the abyss itself, and reach in and basically summon Legion and the rest of the shadow people to make easier facilitation, to energize the facilitation of their integration with people in the world. There's a word salad for making it easier for people to get to know their shadows. So we went from about 40 people, and it whittled down just as I expected it would. People kind of got bored. They didn't want to wait because it was a slow build up. It was intentional. But then there were some die-hard people who, they bought a whole bunch of stickers, which, as I said, I don't make really any money. I think I make like 3 cents or nothing, I forget, on each stack of them because, like, why I wouldn't want to make money on something that I'm promoting like that. That's to me is, I mean, some people would. Some people are like, hey, yeah, charge. No, I want as many of those stickers out there as I can get. And Teespring, I don't know if they had the best deal on stickers or not, but it was the easiest one for me to set up. So that's what I did. And people bought those, and I told them how they could set up sigils in their environments. And we did this whole thing. By the time we were about a week or two, to the point where we were going to actually do the gate itself, we were down to myself and four other people as veil cutters. 3 or 4 other people. I think one person did it without any help, which was kind of funny. So we had me and 4 other people that were the veil cutters. So those are people opening the gates, and then we had just enough people so that each veil cutter could be assigned at least one person to work with them who was a sigil scribe. Sigil scribes are people who you go into your town or somewhere that's public, you place the sigils, and it's a decentralized effort because I know that there are people that when they hear you're opening gates, they want to go snoop and close them, or they'll do it in the astral, or they'll do all these goofy things to try to interrupt you, or there's even people that'll go around and divine these things, and when they find them, they close them. So this was set up to be decentralized so that in order to properly do that, I'm not saying it's impossible, but in order to properly do that, it would really require going and finding all of these little connections to these gates and finding a way to deal with them, individually. And people are going to be refreshing their little connections, and some of them are permanent, so it's going to be hard to deal with. So we had a whole bunch of gates open, and everybody had some kind of experience just about. Me, myself, it was one hell of a night. The place that I went, usually there's nobody there, but lately there's been this scavenger hunt. And the irony of that was it wasn't just like a local Boy Scout group doing a scavenger hunt. Fucking Dee Snider from Twisted Sister and other things was the main celebrity that was promoting it. So there was, when I tell you that this place normally has nobody there, it's like a park, and at night it's usually closed, nobody goes there. When I tell you that we saw maybe 20 or 30 full carloads of people in the span of about 2 hours going up and down to this lonely little spot that is never filled with people. So I had to deal with that. So my own freaking temperament was tested. And then at one point it was the perfect timing. We went up and I did it. And the things I saw, it starts off as usual. Sometimes you got to role play it. I went up there and I was in a bad mood and I didn't quite do the ritual as written. I decided to improvise a little bit. I made my connection to Legion. I did the stuff I had to do to get the gate borders energized, and I took the centerpiece stone that was meant to open it, and I basically, I end zoned it. You know what I mean? I fucking, whatchamacallit, I touchdowned it, and
we don't do sports.
Yeah, boom. And when I did that, I heard this, and I heard and felt in the astral a thundering boom, because like when you put a heavy stone in the ground, it makes a thud, right? But this was like it felt, and it like sent shivers up and down my spine because I knew it was just me that heard it, but I felt it inside, and the thing went boom, and I felt everything shake, I felt everything start. I saw the ground in my mind's eye just fold and fall into this black hole that was forming around the stone. The stone got sucked down, and it just created this like darkness in my mind's eye. And then tentacles came shooting out, just like you'd predict in a cool video game. Would anybody else have seen it? No. Was I stumbling around having like, oh, the visions? No, it was a subtle thing that I was visualizing, but I knew it to be valid. And I got overtaken by this feeling, and one of the guys knew exactly what I meant because he had the same thing. There's this sensation. He called it, Ronziel must have come and taken over. I'm like, yeah, that's probably a good way to put it, because Ronziel and I are probably the two closest of the shadow people. Like the shadow people, like Ronziel is a little too close to how I can be. So I felt that wickedness, that devilishness, that satanic, like, let's fucking kill the world feeling come over me. And I started walking towards the car. And if someone had encountered me at that moment, they probably would have thought that they just walked into a legit horror movie. It's because I was a little bit scary at that time, we'll just say. So then that was pretty much it. We played some pranks on the people. It was good fun. I won't get into too many details. Everybody said that they had an experience, and all of them concur that what we're seeing in the current crisis of everything, we didn't cause the crisis, guys. That's one thing I want to make sure you guys understand. I predicted this kind of a crisis was coming for months and months and months and months. Everybody who follows my channel, whenever we talk a little bit about what's going on right now, you know what I know, and that is shit's happening, right? And it's unavoidable, and this is going to be a hell of a couple of years. I don't think we're out of the woods yet, no matter what happens. But anyway, so it wasn't that we caused it, but the point was to utilize what we saw coming to create better integration with people. And I think it's working. I think when I look around me, I see a lot of people that are really confronting their fears, their hidden selves. Really, people are like in the dark night of the soul right now. They're like, holy shit, you know? Yeah, Eric says, you predicted this shit for years, DH. You're damn right I did. And I'm not the only one. I mean, part of my prediction is the good predictions of others, let's be honest. But yeah, no, you're 100% right. And so have you, man. You were predicting apocalyptic changes this year and every one of those kinds of things. I mean, neither of us was specific, but we all knew it was coming. None of us were really specific. But that's not, you even told me, Eric, you were the one who reminded me that prophecy is not prediction. Prophecy is something completely different from just predicting things. It is a message to you out of time. And when the time comes, that message will have an absolute impact on your life. So, yeah. So
Jen
that
says,
yeah.
What, we aren't all going to live happily ever after?
No.
I want a refund.
Yeah, no. Jen knows. She puts the meme up all the time. I was expecting to die in 1999 when the Y2K happened. Us Xers, we know. But then I was like, no, fuck this. I ain't gonna die. When I was a little kid, right? I think I was like in 4th grade, maybe younger. I forget how old I was. Actually, I was younger than that. When I first saw the Mad Max movies, like, were you ever a kid and you just knew, I want to be like that? Well, I had a few movies that did that to me. Star Wars.
The first time I saw Bugs Bunny in drag.
Case in point, right on the screen. You should get a pair of socks and attach them to your head so they look like ears. I command it. He's like, all right.
Got a pair of socks right here.
So when I watched Mad Max, Road Warrior in particular, I was like, oh shit, I want to be like that dude someday. And here we are. We're not there, by the way, guys. We're not there.
I want a refund.
I want a refund too for that. Well, it was either Star Wars or that, dude. I guess, unfortunately we're ending up in 1984. So I guess that's what we're into.
You know what? No, that's just not going to look right.
It doesn't look right. That's why I had you do it.
Fuck it.
Now your ears smell though. Like I was going to say, get some clean socks at least. Like now can your ears hear how smelly
instead
they
of the
are?
crunchy ones under my desk?
Yeah, get the crunchy
No.
ones. Oh man. All right, so I don't have as many rants on my mind because, as I said, I've been deep diving and binging current events, so my ability to rant about things is a little bit off tonight. But so I talked a little bit about the Shadowgate stuff. We're going to wait and see a little bit more. We all agree that we should be doing a second round of it now that we've seen this one play out. And some of us, there's another gentleman in the chat. He and I are planning something. We're plotting something soon. That's all I'm willing to tell you, but we've got a big one that we're going to be doing.
Naughty secrets.
Yeah, no, what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to document it. That way, if it works, I can take credit. But we'll see. I don't necessarily like to take credit. We'll see. But yeah, so there's a lot of stuff that happened because of that. And so we're kind of agreeing that we feel like there's a few things we could shift and change about it, but that it was very effective and it did work. So now we're gonna give it a month or two, and we're gonna do a round 2 or 3 or 4. We're gonna see until we get it perfected, so that we really feel like we have a working system, and then it might even go into a future book as a possible technique. So yeah. I'm just gonna leave it like that. She'll be like, thud. There you go.
Lamia says that she definitely wants a round 2.
Sure. Yeah, I only kept you out, Lamia, because we were right in the middle of the deep end of it, and it wouldn't have been fitting. Depending upon what you want to do, you're gonna either have to properly initiate with the Shadow Current, which means at least initiating with Legion the very first time. The rest, you have to be able to work that through. After that, you're on your own anyway. You kind of graduated the basics, and then it'll be fine. Or you can just help set up sigils, which is also a very important job. Actually, another gentleman, we did get a super chat a minute ago for 777. Thank you very much, Vince.
Oh yeah, thank you. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah. I'm just going to say
Yeah,
he was a big supporter of the project too. So thank you, Vince. Thank you so much.
Obviously a supporter here too. Didn't even say anything, didn't have a question, just here's a tip. So
yep. No, I love that, man.
Thank you very much.
Guy. He's a good guy. That's all I'm going to say. He's a good guy. Yeah, no. There's a lot of people. There's actually someone who I keep meaning to contact. I don't think he's watching tonight, but Carlos, if you are watching, I keep meaning to get back to you. I will email you soon about the thing we had talked about. Hopefully it resolved itself. If it didn't, I've just been way out of my, I've been very unprofessional the last 3 or 4 weeks. So I will be getting back to people. That includes people like Shaman Sorcerer and stuff. He kind of disappeared a little bit, so I don't know what happened. I don't know if he's on other people's videos and he just hasn't been on mine in a week. He did say something about a shifting schedule, so we'll see. So there's some people I got to get back to. My mind has been clouded. It just hasn't been a good time for me.
Oh yeah, speaking of people who are getting back, I was actually, for this stream, I was getting ready to Photoshop something together, a little like wanted poster, and I was gonna put JD fucking Temple on that, and he I'm glad he ruined the joke, because I can't do it now, but yeah, JD's back. He just posted the video, so I'm happy to see him.
I don't know when he recorded that, but yeah, he's sort of back. He's taking, so my understanding, I did speak to him briefly, and then Sarah mentioned some things. So he did kind of disappear for a good reason. I think he needed some time to himself and away from things and people and social media. And he does that from time to time, according to my understanding of him. And
I think that's a good thing just to do in general.
Especially right now.
Everybody should do it.
Especially right now. He saw a lot of this coming too, guys. I think he saw an EMP. I think he's still a little worried about all that. But he sees a lot of stuff coming. He wasn't wrong, is what I'm going to say. Even if he predicted an EMP, he's kind of right, dude, in a way. I mean, our power has been sapped. Everything's been sapped this month. It's been like crazy. This year's just nuts. So the man needs some time. I don't blame him. And I hear I think he's still with Sarah. Something's going on with Sarah, so I wish him luck. And if that is the same Sarah in the chat, give me a big thumbs up and give the man a hug if you're with him. Tell him we love him. Tell him he's welcome to show up anytime. I'm not always the best friend. I try to be, but I can sometimes get distant. So if I do seem distant, it's nothing. Like, tell him you can message me anytime. Same thing to Eric. Same thing to other people. Same thing to you, man. I'm the same. Like, I just get into my own little head and I just don't remember people sometimes. So if I seem like I'm being selfish, I am selfish. I'm not going to do it.
Oh, no. I know you know now more than before. When I need you, I'll reach out.
Yeah. And what sucks is I was ready, willing, and able until probably the night you needed me most, and then I was like, nah, man, now I do. And we had that fucking, what was it, the miserable gaming night. That was the funniest fucking thing. We didn't even game really. We just kind of, Yumi and Camilla were just, we all had our own problem that night. It was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I think it was needed though. We're all just like, oh man, let's just focus on anything else. Like, as long as we're all here, we're not dealing with our own shit. Let's just stay here for a little bit.
Yeah.
Fuck, we don't feel like gaming. Let's just find something to distract ourselves.
Yeah. So, Michael, politics will be on the minimum tonight. I'm not saying I won't talk about it at all, but we're going to keep it light or spiritual only. So, not specific events. I don't know, Flesh Priest. You don't care if I have it on the spiritually philosophical direction so much, right?
No, me and DH have talked about it. I'm one of those people. I hate talking about politics so much. It just drains me being around the conversation. I don't care what fucking team you're representing or whatever. Like, if I agree with your politics, if I disagree with your politics, it fucking tires me out no matter what.
Yeah.
So DH has graciously agreed to keep it at a dull roar while I'm here. So,
and like I said, like, the philosophy of things doesn't phase you as bad, right? If I just go, oh, Luciferian's about being
not that
free.
so much.
Yeah,
it's when you get into current fucking politics and everything, where I just want to sing into Kurt Cobain's microphone.
Yeah, like if I start talking about censorship is shit, you're gonna be like, yeah, fuck yeah. But if I start going, Donald Trump did X, you're gonna be like, X. Yeah, I hear you.
How do I quit out of stream?
How do I suddenly act like I got stuff to do? Even though I cleared my schedule for this. Yeah, no,
Hey man, I got plans with things, other places. I gotta go do my taxes. I'll be back. But it's November. Yeah, I
I will
know.
say, a lot of people say I hate politics, but then, you know, there's a matter of terminology going on here a little bit. I kind of put a lot of things under the broad topic of politics, but I'm not into politics. I'm into like philosophy that's related to those things, and then I apply that to current events. So maybe calling it current events would be better for some people's sake. People are like, oh, if you're into politics, you're blinded. I'm like, all right, relax, buddy. It's like I'm looking at the world and going, this is what they're saying, this is what I think, this is what other people are saying. This is just our society going on. I'm not going to make the society speech, by the way. We live in a society, but
and let's face it, all things are interconnected.
They are, yeah.
On levels, so you can't, like, by discussing anything, you're inherently also going to be talking about politics on some level.
On some level. And it's all interconnected, and it's part of a big fractal. And to be honest, ignore it at your peril. That's all I'm going to say. You can only bury your head in life so far. But on the other side of the other side of that argument, though, is that there's always going to be people like Robin Hood and people who will just, it doesn't affect them. It's just not important to them. You're always going to have people who are in like temples, like monasteries that are living in burlap sacks, that they don't care who the king is, because so long as the king doesn't burn their temple down, they really don't care. And that's fair. Those people are happy. Good for them. So
I want to shout out these two comments really quick. Damiante said, "Poly, more than one. Ticks, blood-sucking
That's right.
Parasites.
That
so
is right.
Politics."
Yeah.
And Eric says, "Pro is better, and progress is improvement. Con is decline." So what does that make? Congress.
What does rest mean? What is that? Are you being racist, Eric? I'm not going to say anything, Omar. I'm just going to leave it there. No. I think you got a good point there. Yeah. Well, honestly, I think that seeking improvement is also a false dream as well. Like, I know when people say, like, oh, try to improve, and I always say, what are you trying to improve? Who's trying to improve? Why? You're already that. You're already perfect. What you're trying to do is have the adventure of the challenge of progress and trying to. It's just an ego game. It's okay. Let's make sure that we properly define it and we know what it is. You're not wrong if you don't improve, I think is what I'm getting at. You're not bad. Like people say, oh, I'm trying to improve, but I just can't. I go, that's so dumb.
To restate what you said in a different way, I see it as you are already perfect as is, but you can strive for a different type of perfect.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Who'd you say said that? Did I say that? Sounds like something.
Oh no, I said that.
You said that? I think you said that well.
That from. I think so.
I think you said that well.
This town needs an enema.
Not just this town. Not just this town, dude.
What, Nick?
And not just an enema. Like, if you're talking an enema, I want to get like a fire hose and just like, how many kids did you rape? Turn it on, you flesh priest.
We're not stopping till it comes out the nostrils.
Look up Mr. Hands. Now make a lot of water shoot out of it. Yeah, I gotta work that in every conversation, like for like a couple weeks.
Fucking Jesus. Only look up Mr. Hands when you're that's a shock video. Don't do it. Don't just bust the laptop out at Thanksgiving or something.
Yeah, not for kids, and not for most adults either. There's
not for most of the living.
Yeah, honestly, like you really have, like, when you've seen that, you're gonna be like, I've seen some shit.
I think literally. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
You watch that? Pretty sure literally.
Yeah, pretty sure at least literally on some level. For those of you who have seen Mr. Hands, give me a hand in the comments so we know.
Let's talk about politics. Let's start talking about politics.
I'm an evil son of a bitch. So so I've been looking into Belial a little bit more historically and stuff. Bringing that up because it kind of made me laugh because, Belial, there's so many ways that it was said in the past, and it always meant
Billy Idol.
Yeah, it always meant like worthless, son of worthlessness, the worthless, the wicked, the worthless, the the yokeless, the people who are, and it was actually originally referring to, I believe, the original usage of the word as far as our ancient texts go anyway. It was actually like a general term for people who were rapists, murderers, idolaters, like all of the worst of society. It'd be like calling somebody a bastard in a way. Oh, you're a bunch of bastards and stuff. So, it's an interesting study to look up Belial. The only thing I can say is like trying to find Belial as an origin, like, oh, this was a demon in this culture and always was. I've never found any evidence for that. The closest I get is the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now, hold on, guys. I know some people right now are already getting ready with the hate mail. Belial exists. I work with him all the time. I'm going to kill you. Relax. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the name Belial has been used in antiquity as a slanderous statement about a group or generalization of people. And then eventually morphed into a proper noun or name for a specific being. Now, that's an interesting conversation all on its own, because it begs the question, what was that? Now, some people may know. Maybe some people know, because I'm not fully researched on all this stuff. So feel free to throw stuff in the comments if you've got corrections for me, which is fair, because I'm not going with gnosis at the moment. I'm just going research level stuff. So like when I do my mundane research and then I corroborate what I get spiritually. So Belial seems to be almost, again, sort of connected to, Eric's saying he's calling in. I think he's going to spank me on this one because I know he wrote some books on the subject, I think. Connected to that group, that group of people. It's like a group egregore again. But it's an interesting subject. So maybe I'll save that a little bit for when Eric calls in, because I have a feeling that's what he wants to talk about now.
Yep, I just received the ping.
You got the ping. I'm calling in right now. I'm setting Thorne straight. I'm going to kick his ass, which is fair because Belial and I are not. I've only worked with him a little bit. He's not my like number one go-to. So yeah, answer the ping. Maybe we'll put him on. I don't know if I'm gonna though. I think he's trying to. Like, I'm gonna correct you, bitch. No, I'm kidding. I'll put him on. I'll put him on right away. Actually, fuck it. Let's start. Let's start the call in early.
Oh well, fuck it.
Is he ready?
Yeah, he's actually calling me right now.
He's like, now.
Fuck it, merging him in.
All right, let me. Answer the ping. Let's put on. I don't know if I'm
Hey there.
Who's this? No, fuck it. Let's start the call in early. Oh, well, fuck it.
I think he called in.
Yeah, he's actually calling me right now.
I don't know.
Turn off your volume on your computer, nerd.
Oh.
He's like, no, there he is. I got this video
Turn
now.
my game
All right,
down.
cool. Yeah, you're cool, dude. Hold on. Who's this?
Is this?
Oh, wow, that's really delayed.
Don't worry about it.
That is really delayed.
You don't need to know who this is.
That was me asking.
Oh shit. Okay, same thing goes to you though.
God. It's like I've never done a podcast before.
I know, right? What's up, Eric, brother? Woo! Let's say hi to EA Coetting, everybody. The Unholy Trinity is now active and alive in the room.
Do I need to get an earbud, or are you getting a lot of reverb?
I was before.
It doesn't seem bad now.
Yeah, I don't hear it now. So let us know in the chat if it gets really reverby, and we'll ask him politely. So Eric, set me straight. What do I got wrong, or what do I got right, for that matter?
No, I'm sorry. I've still got. Jeez, dude, I was doing like I listened to Coast so much, and every time somebody would call in, you know what Art Bell would have to say? Turn your radio off. Mm-hmm. And what do? I've got YouTube on, playing on full volume while I'm talking to you with the delay. I'm like, what's going on here? So now we can actually have a conversation. So, sir, I tracked down the same thing really with Belial when you're following specifically the Judaic, the Abrahamic mythology line. You got to branch off a little bit, and this is like
Samaria. Say Samaria. No, go ahead.
This is such a. It's actually so this traces back to the goddess Belili,
Interesting.
So
okay.
I think I've got a whole thing here, but it was like basically a footnote that I found in some, I think it was a Canaanite encyclopedia of mythology.
Which means it was probably traced at some point to an Akkadian or probably a Mesopotamian deity.
Phoenician, so
that makes a lot of sense. I was actually going there with what I was, but go ahead, keep going, dude. I want to hear yours.
So I got excited. I was like, I know shit about this subject.
No, especially this, because you're ahead of me on this one by a lot.
Tomes and everything.
Yeah, no, this is your thing right here. This is your part of the river, man. Go.
And I'll tell you what, like the information. So here's what I'm going to be honest, just up front with everybody right now. I don't care if my facts are right ever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm never concerned about whether my vision is aligning with other people's facts. And so with that, like, I get this little nugget of Balili, and I was like, let's follow this. And it actually was almost a leap over. Like, the thought is that specifically with merchant trade, that some of these ideas and names got floated around specifically through merchant trade, and this is why it would hop from let's say the Judaic tribes over to the Canaanites, to Ur, and specifically these groups wouldn't be interacting in a very friendly way except through their commerce. Actually, capitalism is the only real democratic system. As long as it's not overtaken by corporatocracy. That's a whole
exactly. Like original form capitalism. That's my thing. That's what I like. And while you're looking at that thing, I just want to also interject that this idea of trade and stuff is also really the origin of Yahweh. It's originally, there's a lot of different theories on where it comes from, this specific entity. There's two conflicting ones. There's the idea that Yahweh was a Canaanite god, like a brother of Hadad, Baal Hadad, something like that, that the tribal people of Israel, before it was Israel, the Hebrews had worked with, or that it was like a warrior king that was, or warrior chieftain that was deified by the ancient Hebrews, then became like their god over time. It was syncretized with El in Canaanite culture. So there's a lot of different, and I think it's the Chemite, that's another one. I think, was it Chemite or Kara? I forget what the word is. There's another theory. So there's a lot of really interesting theories out there as to the origins, at least technically speaking, of these spirits. The interesting thing is what people do with this and then end up working with. So I don't know if it looks like you're getting close. Have you found it yet?
Fuck, man. I'm actually listening to you more than I'm paying attention to the pages, and so I'm like flipping back and forth, not even really knowing what I'm looking at. But I may not have included a whole. I had to have, though.
Honestly, no, even a tip. So it's Balili, is what you're saying? Balili? How would you spell that roughly?
Yeah, Belili.
Belili. Okay.
Yeah, so she is the original Persephone myth. So the story is Balili. Balili is tied into the
Ishtar.
story of,
I'm seeing like Ishtar and Astarte.
There is a link with Ishtar and Astarte. Also with the bull god Tammuz.
Okay.
So Tammuz and Dumus had a either, according to some myths, a sister, other myths, a wife. Maybe this one and the same.
Yes.
Incest is we're actually one of the last little bit of time is unique in that we're not having incest. We're not, we're not raping as a general rule of how we get laid. Like, this is a really unique period of civilization. But anyway, so the Tammuz had done something that to offend Eresh Kegel, the goddess of the underworld, and it comes down a lot of the stories say that there was some kind of gamble that went on. And actually, like, through a lot of these ancient myths, there's a common theme of gambling quite a bit, of casting your lots to see if the fates are in your fortune. So he basically just gambles and loses his life away. literally, where Erich Kegel sends her ministers from the underworld to go collect him and drag him down in the underworld. And this isn't a mortal. This is a god. This is Tumos. Now, his sister or wife is there. He comes in. He's like, hey, they're after me. They're gonna get me. So she hides him, and hides him from the authorities. And the authorities come, and she says, yeah. She kind of like diverts him in the wrong direction. They eventually find him. They bring her along to the underworld as well. They're like, she was aiding and abetting, and in that conversation, she was like, look, he messed up, but let me take over half of his term. So I'll spend half of the year in the underworld, and he can go free, and we'll trade off. They all agreed on it. Now Belili goes into the underworld, and she's not just hanging out, spending her time. She starts making connections. She starts going and Belili has the same compassion she showed to Tumos, she shows to everybody. This is why Belial is such a helper when you're in dire straits. This is part of his ancient being.
Gotcha.
And so so that same like fervor that she appealed on behalf of her lover or brother, she starts using that same thing to see what these spirits need, to see what these denizens of the underworld need. And she's like, everybody needs something, and if I can fulfill that need and add value, I have an army. And she basically takes, for half of the year, she makes these connections, and then when she goes back up to the overworlds, to Middle Earth, she brings with her all of the hosts of the underworld that she's allied with, and comes out, and whatever she sees that's out of place, anywhere that tyranny and authority has gotten out of control, she goes and sets it right. So people would actually leave. They go to altars and shrines for Belili, and specifically any graveyard or anything like that would be a good entrance. And they would put messages. Usually they would bury them. They put them, make them in clay or something, some sort of either a cuneiform or whatever of their intention, or some sort of symbolism, a hieroglyph of some sort that they would then place in a place that Belili will see it when she's emerging from the underworld, and it's basically the goddess of the hopeless. Okay. And so that translates so well. And so even that, the goddess of the hopeless, aims back at what you were saying about the worthlessness.
Yep,
so
the worthless. Yep. Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's actually fitting, very fitting. I like that. I'm going to work with that, because I'm doing some stuff, with that soon. And if I were to do any kind of micro grimoire or something on the subject, it wouldn't really be about that stuff. But I wanted to get my P's and Q's in order before I did something soon that I was going to do. So that's actually really useful to me.
Just this, and this is probably more of like a private conversation that we should have.
Up.
But so seriously, you have grimoires and grimoires of very unique spirits within you that all you have to do is commit it to paper and put it out.
Yep.
Like as just to let people in on some of the background, as we're playing Dungeons and Dragons and such earlier. Not only are you creating characters, but you're creating entire worlds, and then you're mapping those worlds out, and within hours you're delivering a manuscript that I'm looking at this going, put a few more words and you've got a grimoire, I'll publish it. So you,
and I told you that some of the inspiration from that did come from visions I had in meditations and stuff. So
does that seem, have you not done it because it becomes a bigger task as you take it on, that you want to do more with it, or is it too easy?
No, it's more along the lines of, number one, I have to finish my own vision quest there to see what the fuck I was supposed to find. That's number one.
Great answer.
Number two, I have to have a reputation where if I do such a vision quest and say I found these things, people don't go, is this just a story? And then number three, I've got to say, yes, it is just a story, but it's an interesting one, isn't it? So it would end up being a work of fiction, but it would be started with the statement, this came from something, and go from there. Kind of like...
That's very responsible.
I have to be, dude. I have to be, because I could very easily...
Yeah. I mean, okay, so I mean, you could say you have to be. I can say I'm not responsible, and that's perfect for me.
Well, I mean, I have to be in that it's a choice I've made. I've chosen to be responsible for this because I recognize that there's a lot of shit that flows in this for a long time. And I kind of like being the guy where it's like, hey, I might be wrong, but at least I'm telling you my honest opinion, and it's not coming from somewhere that's like I don't have to fuck you to get what I want out of you. You know what I mean? I wanted to.
Like, well, so this is like just as far as like business ethics and actually kind of like the magical side of business ethics. If you have a positive energy exchange,
it's always fun.
That energy exchange is going to come back, and that people that there are definitely questions out there in the world with people who don't know me whether or not I can be trusted.
And you can. No, you can.
But,
well,
so that's the thing.
Like you told me right up front, like you don't keep secrets very well. I'm like, I actually like hearing that.
Yeah. But you said something just a second ago that actually I posted a link up on my Facebook earlier this evening. I was listening to this podcast, Lex Friedman, and he's talking with Joshua Bach, and they're basically, these are both scientists in the evolutionary artificial intelligence field, and they're discussing basically the simulation theory, and this guy Joshua Bach breaks it down so scientifically that it's like irrefutable. But it comes down to his kind of catchphrase there is, we exist inside the story that the brain tells itself.
Yep.
We're actually not touching anything that's real.
Nope.
What's real is almost inaccessible because we're filtering it through our senses. Our senses aren't opening. Our senses aren't connecting with things. Our senses are actually blocking things out.
Yeah, I think, so, I mean, if you want to get into a whole thing about sensory experience and stuff like that, what the fuck was his name? There's a French philosopher who does everything about phenomenology and all that stuff, the experience of experience. And it's a big deal to study that stuff. It's very important, I think.
Not Jacques Vallée.
No, what the hell is it?
He kind of looks at the alien thing through the similar lens, like the alien is the archetype that we're manifesting, very in the same way that people used to be able to see elves in the forest. We see UFOs in the sky. So he's got some really
there we go.
Stuff.
Yeah, Maurice Merleau-Ponty.
That's much more French sounding
name.
Yeah,
Ponty. You have to say Ponty. That's that N.
I can do that.
You have to say the N with your nose. Ponty.
I can do German all day long, but
the Hackster Verschnirgen.
You know what? As a quick interjection, before I forget, I want to shout out Nina the Mystic. She actually super chatted, didn't even need to. Says, greeting DH, EA, and Flesh Priest, love from Canada.
Oh, thank you.
We fucking love you, Nina.
Send her a freaking back at you.
But that's all I really had for was on Bilal and Bolivia. I just want to jump in with that. I don't want to come in and take over your shower shed.
You're not taking over anything.
If you gotta let me go, I can.
Yeah, no. If you want to go there, you can go. But no, stick around for a minute. I don't care. We were gonna hang out last night, and we didn't anyway because like personal stuff took over. I had stuff with my mom instead.
So. I'll tell you what, man. Most people I am happy to not deal with.
Yeah, I know.
But,
that's a big fucking
I know.
yeah. But like
it's a very Italian qualifier you put in front of that there.
Yeah, but like I look forward to hanging out, like, and privately I look forward to like checking out what you're doing professionally on the channel. I look forward to seeing the dress in the blue light, and when we don't connect often, I miss you, and I don't have that experience with too many people, honestly.
Yeah, no, I feel the same, man.
So
I appreciate that, brother. I really
little love.
No, and like I told you, I've been binging and deep diving into the other stuff that is also my passion. So it's like I've been very, very, very like what's that, like when someone is like they go to study the scrolls. I feel like the hermit that went to go study the scrolls to find the secret that he missed. So I've been doing a lot of that. And
let me throw something out to you. And this isn't. This skirts around political issues, but isn't part of the partisan politics. So I think it'll pass the Yepsen.
The Yepsen sniff test.
Has the Epstein story been killed?
I saw there was some updates about that. I didn't get a chance to look into that deeply. It is killed for now.
I don't know why like every media. Well, I know why every media outlet's not talking about it. I know exactly why they're not.
They're all implicated. They're all part of it.
Yeah. And it's that is. It's like we're walking through the desert and we stumble across this little triangle that's the tip of a pyramid that goes forever, and we're just seeing the tip of it. And there is some organized structure that's terrifying underneath that.
That's definitely one where that is an exception to the rule. Jeffrey Epstein didn't commit suicide.
No. Well, he was still alive. I feel like he might have died actually now. So he was for a while still alive.
What's going on with Ghislaine? Like,
I don't know. I tuned out of that, man. Like, I've been like a tick. I stuck my head into the other part of the political shit lately, so I haven't really, like, I totally detached from other shit that I was working on. So I don't have my ear to that spiritual plane. But right now, when I ask the question inside, I go, no, he might be dead now. He might be done now. Yeah. Some other shit's been coming out, so.
He was Epstein himself from all the looks of it. There's this guy Eric Weinstein that really digs into this, yep. And he knows him and he knows his shit. And
can I mention Flesh? Mute me for like 3 seconds. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. I was just gonna get more more name dropping. You've got fucking Hunter Biden with his laptop with what's clearly underage kids. That's all part of their whole program. It's right. All part of it.
Yeah, and it's so the Me Too movement springs up, and as far as I'm concerned, that is an act of black magic. That is that there were. I know I participated in a ritual of 80,000 people with the intention for that year to enhance the ethic of consent, and then a few months later, the Me Too movement pops off. I'm not saying that I did it. I'm not saying the 80,000 people that joined me in that ritual helped, but you
definitely rode the wave. Yeah, I know what you mean. You definitely rode that wave. Well, that's my Sam Hain 2018 ritual, where I called for all child molesters, all pedophiles, all false accusers to become.
I know people all over the place. Now, here's what we saw. Yeah. We saw popping off, boom, 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 boom. Not just that there are some people that have been abused.
Yeah,
I'm going to be honest with you. I only know. I think I as I can count them. I think I only know 3 people ever who have not been sexually abused.
Yeah.
Like that is. It shows us like that there is something really intense going on. So this is shadow work because you don't see it until it's a danger threat in front of you.
Yeah, well, I think it's because a lot of people. So if you want to get into that, even like one of the reasons why that happens at all is because of the original sin that sex is to most cultures. When you make sex into something dirty and gross, I don't mean that it should you shouldn't have some I don't have a problem with a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for. Like I don't piss in your face, right? I don't I don't burp in your face. It's not that it's that bad. It's just there's certain things that we might agree, like, hey, we don't want everybody involved in it. It's personal, right? It's our guards down.
Just to break in real quick, a little like factoid is that it's common. It was common in traditional Native American culture to have sex openly within your home.
Yeah, within your home. Yeah.
And the children would, children observing it, and that's just a natural part of life in the home.
And if that happened today, all of those people would go to jail.
So. Right? Yeah. But it's like, wow, that I think something has intentionally gone very wrong with our ethics.
Yeah. Well, part of the reason. So here's the thing. Part of the reason why rape-style things happen. If we're going to analyze it deeply, we say, well, one, it's a predatory control thing. It's like you're trying to hurt somebody. It's not really because you're horny, because if you're horny, you find other ways to take care of it. It's more than just that. But if we're going to put it on that spectrum and say, well, it's related to people's inability to integrate their sex urges.
Now let me ask you this, all right? So
well, hold on, let me finish this one.
Sorry.
If the point is to part of that. Well, one of the reasons why it's a taboo then is also because some people have decided it has to be a special activity that should only happen in certain situations. So in cultures where sex was more prolific. Like, look at the bonobo monkeys of wherever that is, Africa or wherever, where they're fucking everybody all the time. They're constantly fucking. Humans are more like bonobos than any other fucking like chimp there is. So humans are constantly trying to screw something. It's like we're hardwired to be, well, not me so much, but people are hardwired to be horny all the goddamn time. And what ends up happening is, I know that if you go back far enough in time to like Paleolithic man, I guarantee you, people didn't have such, not a fetish nor a taboo about sex the way we do now. So you didn't have this situation where people probably weren't like, hey, let's fuck all the time. Like, let me rape you. In other words, is what I mean. Like I'm going to rape you because you refuse all the time. Refusal was based probably more around resources. You know, mm-hmm. I don't want to have sex with you because you can't provide for me. But
that hasn't changed. We haven't out-evolved that yet.
No, and it was probably the same, because usually sex would result in children. They probably didn't realize pull it out and you don't have a kid. They probably
that's why, you know, that's Lemmy from Motorhead. Mm-hmm. He knew that in order to get chicks, he would have to be like, he could get chicks by being a rock star. And so he bought himself a guitar case. He couldn't afford a guitar, so he just bought a case and carried that around. And chicks just came to him.
So this idea that men were, like cavemen were raping women throughout antiquity, I got to probably tell you that it probably wasn't like that, in the sense that sex probably wasn't so taboo. So it might have been treated differently by the women themselves as well. It really depends. Half the reason, I'm not qualifying rape, by the way. It still exists. It's still wrong. But when do you, like, if you've got a wife or a boyfriend or a husband who likes being dominated by like those kinds of activities, when does it become, you know what I'm saying? Like when? Oh,
dude, I will tell you what. Like
Des is like, I'm going to be muting some of this. We're going to get the censors on it.
I can say that my consent to rape ratio is well in my favor.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, well, I'm 100% for me, but it's like, you know.
But I'll also confess that I have ignored a safe word once or twice.
Oh, yeah, that's a different thing,
you know, did you really say tangerine? I don't think. But so I'm wondering, because where we're looking at such a massive population of people who are abused in some way, you know, anxious, PTSD. How can you live in this society and not have PTSD? Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Now, with this, I wonder if there's that, because most of us do have a lot of fun with a power play in sex. Yep. I wonder how linked that is into the trauma, or if that's just the natural. It seems like that's the natural state. Most animals are pretty rapey.
Sure. Well, that's the thing. But again, what we call rape, really part of at least a portion of why it's rape is because of the taboo nature of sex. When sex is normalized. Let's say consenting adults, if you're over a certain age or whatever, we make a defining line that we're all comfortable with. Consenting adults don't matter. Whatever you want to stick it in, you can stick it in. Nobody's got a problem with it. And not only that, but it's kind of beautiful, but it's also maybe a little unsanitary and maybe a little personal, like you're exposed, you know. So don't do it like at the bus stop while we're waiting for the bus, right? Just, you know, you can have your sex parlors and your this and your that, and it's fine. There's nothing. You know, a very liberated society about sex. When you do that, the line of when it is considered rape is still there, but I think the individual who's getting it, you know, getting it happen to them, may put that line in a different place, is all I'm saying. So if to you sex is not a taboo thing, it's like something you do with your friends because you're having a good time with them. You know what, I think, like, go back to the free love era, right, of like the 60s. It was still consensual. It still has to be consensual. So that's the line. When does it stop being consensual, I guess, is what I'm getting to.
So, well, and that is the big conversation that's erupted from the Me Too movement is better defining consent. And in order to do that, what we have to do is we have to have better conversations about it. So here's the fundamental systemic issue that I had in my coming up as a young man. I thought that women didn't want sex, and in order to get sex, I had to trick them into it.
Yes, yeah, or something. Yeah. No, I know exactly what you mean. Oh, yeah. It was drilled into guys' heads in the 80s and 90s. Absolutely.
You yawn, and you're like,
you had to trick them.
Because if you just hold their hand, if you just reach out and touch them, you know, that's going to be too obvious. They don't even want that. There was this whole misconception, and it does set up a predatory nature.
It does. No, you're absolutely right. That's exactly kind of where I'm going with this, is that So I want to reiterate again, because people may misunderstand watching this and get triggered and think I'm like saying rape is okay.
No, and I'll tell you, I am a constant for the rest of my life survivor and recoverer of my own sexual abuse, and so this is not a marginalization of it.
No, not at all. I'm doing more of like an anthropological perspective of it. I'm not suggesting at all, like, I'm not qualifying, I'm not saying it's okay in this situation. It's never okay. Rape is rape. You might as well murder somebody. It's a bad thing.
But it is important to have the conversations, to understand and like to have conversations like this, but also to have the conversations with people that we're going to be engaged with, to just be able, like, I'll tell you what, as you know, you guys know from hanging out with me, I just say the shit that's on my mind. Yeah. And so, like, I'll be like,
I love that.
Filter free is the way to be, baby.
I'm like, here's where I see this is going. Here's what I'm looking for. Here, and you can actually have a conversation about it. And I mean, in my opinion, like, without that conversation, it's really unclear whether or not there's consent.
Yeah, and Lamia makes a good point. Everyone has their own personal line, and the more taboo the subject is, the further that line's going to be outside of you, if that makes sense.
So now here's the interesting thing with that. So you get nestled into a relationship, and at least this is what I do. I get nestled into a relationship, and then I start pulling into all the weird kinks that I got, and exposing my partner to new things and whatever. Now, to me, it's great. Like, to me, that's part of the relationship is sharing those things and exposing each other to new things, exploring new things together. But even that, like, that can easily start bordering on a manipulative thing. Yeah. Now, for me, for instance, like, I have found I can't do poly. I'm not built for it. I actually. Yep. To my dismay, I'm very one woman guy. So yeah,
it's like, damn it, yeah. I could be good at this.
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
I think you know me, dude. Because that is the thought. That's the messed up thing here. It's not even like, hey, I want to go have a connection with other people, but it's actually an ego thing of, I am good at this. I could dominate this field, and it's not even about the connection. It's not even about the sex. It's about the power of knowing that I can.
Well, at least you've got the I've actually got the handicap. Like, I'm like, I'm not like as good a looker, so like I have to work twice as hard.
You got your own.
Oh, you're beautiful.
I got my own. Yeah, I got my own. But that's what I mean. I had to develop my own thing. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you what. So us here.
My wife's hot. You guys have seen my wife. I didn't do bad, right? I did all right for an ugly fat guy.
We need to get together with JD and go have a boys' night out on the town
and not touch anything and just go. Just go and be like, "Yep." Oh well.
Dude, we would be such an eyesore in public.
No, we wouldn't. Because
first of all, it would be a glorious fucking eyesore.
First of all, I'm 6'1", and probably by the time you meet me, I'll be in my 220s instead of 320s. So I'll probably look like a fucking monster sitting there, like, haha, what's up? So they'll all be looking at me, going, "Is that guy gonna kill us all in his black trench coat? Like, what's he gonna do next?"
We would be a sight to behold between all of us.
I was going to say, like, if we're all there, just promise me you're all dressed the way you guys normally hang out with me. So I want dresses. I want fucking yoga pants. I want nail polish. I want fucking JD's balls basically swinging around like he does when he's wearing his tight pants. I want the whole world. And then I'll look like, normally I'm the oddball. I think people will finally not look at me. I think that's what will actually happen.
I would love to... I would love to do a fashion exchange in this group, like, and not just like us that are speaking, but like, I know I'm seeing some of the stuff that Jennifer Vatsa wears. Mm-hmm. We could get some racks and just like, here's, dude. So
honestly, dude, I think if you like, I know some of these people now. I've hung out with them, like, and you did the other night too when we were on my Discord channel. By the way, pimp the Discord while we're talking here.
Wow.
So we're hanging out. So there's quite a few people who I think, maybe we're a little bit more outrageous, but they wouldn't be out of place hanging out with us either. Like, it would definitely look like, like if you, like we were talking about Mad Max earlier, like Road Warrior. So we kind of, we all remind me of the Smegma crazies. We just need some people with some fucking mohawks and some fucking, like assless chaps and all kinds of cool shit. I'm sure Dez will be up for that. We'll make it happen.
Assless. So here's the funny thing about assless chaps. Are there chaps that aren't assless? They're all assless.
Yeah, they're all assless.
chaps.
That's right. Yeah, that's a good point. I never thought of that. Yeah, because I never wear them, so I wouldn't know. I think I'll start.
Dude, I've worn chaps, but that's riding my motorcycle in the cold.
Ooh. I'm not.
Yeah. Well, so you wear.
That's awful.
Yeah,
wear
that just
pants.
sounds no.
You're not going around bare ass in the cold.
So
wear
you've got
jeans.
scarring, I think. You probably have some scarring that we could know. That's what we call assless chaps on a motorcycle in winter.
Yeah, no. You're wearing jeans, and then you pull. So they're not meant to be worn just as pants, fellas.
No. Yeah, no.
I mean, unless you're like going out on the town with the boys. But in that case, you better have a cowboy hat or maybe a sombrero.
Did you see the naked cowboy the other day? Somebody ran up, and I don't know if they got mad because he was singing a song about Biden or Trump, but they came in and ripped his fucking.
In New York?
Yeah, in New York, the naked cowboy.
Is that a character that gets swapped out, or is that the same motherfucker?
I never seen him personally, but I heard about it plenty of times, and then I saw him recently in some video. Someone got mad and grabbed him and like pulled him down by his underwear and like really hurt him a little bit. Like it was bad. Like I was like, man, welcome to New York,
that's
motherfucker.
Awful,
You're
but
under
that is
arrest.
a funny image.
It is a fun. No, look it up. It is pretty funny.
They ran up in public in Times Square and pantsed him
in front of an entire army of people, and they pantsed his fucking balls, man. You could like his ass was sticking out and everything.
Like we're having sympathy for and empathy for sexual abuse, that may border there, but that's still funny to go pants somebody in public.
I mean,
like,
there's humor in it. There's humor in it.
guys get
So what
pants
you're
when
saying is, when I come to visit you and we go mountain climbing, A, not let you behind me on the mountain. B, make sure I'm wearing suspenders or something. Is what you're saying.
I'll tell you what. My rule is combat boots and shorty shorts and nothing else.
Actually, for climbing, no, that actually kind of makes sense for certain reasons. Actually.
Oh yeah. Mackie
tangling.
McConaughey the shit out of that.
Well, because whenever I see people climbing, they're not wearing pants. They're always wearing shorts. Like unless they're climbing a mountain in Everest or something.
I'll wear jeans when I go do actual like rock climbing, like on the rock face. Really, I'll just wear whatever I'm wearing, just like street clothes. But I've got special little like Cinderella shoes that I put on.
No, I know. Yep. I wonder if I ever do it, because when I lose weight, I might give it another run and see if I can do it again. Because I was never like a mountain climber, but I did like to climb things. Like what about these like the Ninja Tabby shoes, like these really thin-soled fucking toe shoes? You think yes or no? Too much?
No, you don't. No, that's actually perfect. So, a lot of people actually like to go up barefoot. It does give you more grip, more control. Now, my climbing instructor tells me that I have loud feet and loud hands. so I'm hitting all the clack, 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 clack. If you can imagine me being, like that, yeah. So barefoot would be a disaster.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm actually, for a guy who's as big as I am, I'm really light on my feet. I'm like a cat. So I don't fall down very often. That's why when I do, it's hysterical because I don't do it. So when I do fall, it's always like a bad face plant because I could not have stopped it. It's always like, it's never just like, oh, look, he tripped. It's always like, no, like there was like something happened, like car hit him and it's like, boom. That, and I'm very quiet. So like I have to wear jingly clothes. Otherwise I sneak up on people all the time without meaning to. I just appear next to you like, hey, what's up? I do that all the fucking time. It's like something I just like to do. So
let me ask you guys, kind of shift gears a little bit and get maybe a little bit serious and a little bit black magic on you.
No, we just started talking about balls and tighty jeans and shit.
So we can agree the state of the world sucks.
Mm-hmm.
All of us are pretty much against. So I'm looking at this and going, if I'm setting up my dominoes to go in a better direction, what are some of the key points that I can start using magic to influence in the world to make things better?
Yeah. Well, one of the reasons that I did the Shadowgate thing, it wasn't to save the world. I really don't give a fuck. But I will say that the reason all of the world sucks.
You what?
Yeah, I'm on DH's show.
What's up?
You're good. You can come show me your thing if you want. Is that what you're doing? Show me it all?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Fucking shit up.
Can I show the audience?
Sure.
That's awesome.
My daughter does this with dolls.
Oh my god, that's awesome. I love the arms, dude. That is so great. That's like something my wife would do. Like just fuck it all up.
Badass, kiddo.
I love it. So
Love you too, kiddo.
the source of pretty much all of our sorrow is human shadow. And human shadow is both something that hurts us individually because we don't face it, but it's also really easy to exploit. If I want to manipulate someone, I find their shadow and I just talk to that. You know, I look at their shadow and I go, what are you afraid of? What do you really want? What are you not telling me? What is your higher self there telling me that you're not telling me? And then how do I help you integrate that, or how do I manipulate that to get what I want out of you? So if I sense that someone is really like, well, we all do it, dude. You know what I'm talking about. You know how to manipulate people a little bit. When someone's looking for fame, what do? You tickle their fame bone. You make them feel famous. When someone's you learn what makes them tick and you use that again. Well, that's what the elite do. The elite know that human beings are motivated primarily by fear and greed and baser things. And so if they deprive humanity of things like critical thinking and education, if they deprive people, if they deprive people, to keep people working poor for as long as they can, so that they have a poor person's attitude about everything. If you get people so that they're stuck in their lower two chakras specifically, you can control them like animals, because those are the animalistic chakra. You get people trapped in those two chakras, they're done. They'll never rise up. They'll never become greater, because all they're worrying about is how to fuck, how to eat, how to put a roof over there. They don't think about anything important. So when you get people to recognize and integrate their shadow, that has a big thing. That's a global impact, but it's also a personal impact. If you can do that for yourself, you find yourself going, you know what? I'm going to fight for a better world because I want to prosper, but if it doesn't, I'm still going to thrive because I'm not going to be attached to it blowing up. You know?
Well, I think that maybe is the key there is, so all right. I did these, I did a series of very specific rituals to bring me fame and fortune. Specifically, I called on Mammon and did a blood offering of my own blood on a talisman for Mammon. And that was pretty powerful. I mean, it was simple but powerful. Then I built into my pact with the Zazel to ensure the continuous flow of prosperity in my life. And then after that, I got with Lucifuge and said, yeah, give me excess of wealth, more money than I could ever spend. Now, I thought it was going to come by being an author. I thought I was just going to sit behind my computer and type on the keys, and then that would be how I would somehow make money. And I never would have guessed it would have been by video. That wasn't even on my menu. Definitely not in my skill set. And but that was what was needed. I saw the need, so I jumped into it. Now, my point in that is, as we're using our magic to not only look forward, but to project our will forward, there's an openness that we have to have, that the outer circumstances or the specifics can't matter so much as the spirit of it. And that's an interesting thing to try to talk about and figure out what that spirit is.
Yeah.
I think that's a good point.
Yeah, it is. And the other thing to think about also, I mean, if you want to be cut and dry about it, if you're a real sociopath, I mean a real one, you don't care what's going to happen to the world. You just want to make sure you're on the side of the people who are going to win. And the people who are going to win right now is up in the air, to be honest with you. It really is. But the side that has been winning for the last couple generations, you'd have to do magic to get in with them. I mean, if you're really going to be one of those kinds of people, how do I prosper in the coming apocalypse? Well, there's two ways. You either be Mad Max and don't give a fuck, and he's not prospering, by the way. His life sucks. Or you be the owner of Bartertown, or you be the guy who's living in the underground bunker waiting for humanity to kill itself the rest of the way off, and they're planning to go to the stars. So you find those people, the ones that organize this, and you join with them. And you hope that they will give you the scraps off the table that will make you happy. You hope.
Well, you know,
because that's what they did. They did that until they had enough power that they could continue. They started it a lot longer ago than we did, though. That's the problem. See, we're all looking for a tomorrow fix. Well, the fix that they have took them thousands upon thousands of tomorrows. The fix that they have came, you know, probably back during the ancient times. A lot of these families go back to times that we wouldn't even recognize. So they've been in charge for so long that the idea of them not being in charge is absurd. It's they've been in charge throughout. So how do you become one of them? Well, there's ways. I don't know them personally, but there are ways. People do it.
So we've got some really interesting emerging technology. Oh, go ahead, Fleshbase.
Yeah, I'll be right back, you guys.
Oh, okay.
He's like, too much politics. Too much politics. Alert!
Wait, whoa! Oh man, I wanted him to spin around so we could see his dress.
Oh, when he comes back, I'll make him do a bend and snap. We'll make him do the whole bend and snap routine.
But so interestingly, with the since Fleshbase did step away, let's talk about interesting. I was checking out this study that I think it was Berkeley that did it, that polled people who had just barely voted, and in this election and in the last two elections, and increasingly, but it's pretty steady, but a definite increase. Hardly anybody is voting, or is when they're asked about what led them to their vote, they all give emotional answers.
Yeah, always, almost every single one. Absolutely.
This guy's an asshole, or he really cares. It's the same stuff that. So I used to troll on Yahoo chat rooms back when that was a thing, and so I'd hang out in this chat room called Why I Don't Believe in God. And it was me and like a group of other people that would just hang out for the ministers to come, and they would come in and start going, "Hey, praise Jesus!" And my challenge was always, give me a logical reason, give me a reason that makes sense, that I can really justify. This is the logical path, and to choose your religion, and it's impossible. It's because Jesus loves you, or because you'll be damned to hell. Now, and
all that shadows again. It's all shadow good stuff again.
Today, I can recognize, I believe some weird stuff, but it all has a logical place for me, and so anyway, so basing, it's not even what were either of these guys running for. What were their platforms? I mean, they never really made it clear. Even Trump seemed to.
Trump made it a lot clearer than Biden did. But no, you've got a point. Now here's what you're talking about. The system is. This is the problem that we're talking about. Actually, is that the average human being has an IQ of around 100. That's why it's at 100. That's why 100 is the average-ish. And in America, the average IQ is actually a little lower than 100. It's so you have these different you have whatchamacallit, first and second degree, like you have between certain numbers. For some reason it's slipping my head. I can't think of the term.
I bet you're like 162. If I had to guess your IQ, you're pretty fucking
No, I think when I tested, it was like one between 138 and 146 is what I got when I took.
Oh, that's pretty fucking good. That's better than me.
That is pretty much Mensa, but
you're smarter than I am.
No, I'm just OCD and fucking. I think I'm borderline Asperger's actually. So, but what I'm saying is that the average person's IQ is in 80 to 120. Deviations, that's what it is. The first standard deviation in either direction of 100 is where humanity generally sits. And those people, they're not stupid per se. They're just not capable of analyzing things to the nth degree the same way that people higher are. And what ends up happening is the system keeps people dumb. They don't give people critical thinking skills, so that once upon a time, having that average IQ was enough. It was enough to make informed decisions. But then they dumbed everybody down with critical thinking issues. And let's be honest, people that are poor, they've always been dumbed down. It's part of what keeps them there.
There was I think it was a Aristotle quote of that people who need leadership are not qualified to elect them.
Yeah.
So if you need to be led, if you need somebody to give you the answers and to give you what you need, you're not qualified to even make the call of who that is.
Yeah.
Plato's
Republic was all about not having leaders select themselves, but to be selecting a leader And they should be the wisest among you, and they shouldn't be seeking power. The best leaders are the ones who say, no, I don't want to go. Those are the best leaders.
That's a play.
Gonna jump in real quick. Forgive me, Lucas. I completely forgot. We got a super chat from Lucas Vose with that 666. He says, I don't have a question. I just wanted to show my support with a super chat. Much love and gratitude.
That's
sweet. We fucking appreciate you.
So is the game that you put on Flesh Priest the other night, is that a secret thing? Do we not talk about the shit that goes on in there?
No, we don't.
Oh no, we talk about it.
Oh, we talk about it. I don't know who makes the rules for that. Don't I? I thought it was my shit. I guess I don't know who made it up. I don't know.
So I gotta say, like, of everyone that was doing Cards Against Humanity, as everyone was reading those off, Lucas was the one I enjoyed the most because he's actually got like a voice of an way old school radio voice of the guy that would like tell the stories and stuff at like late at night. No shit. He would totally.
I got to jump in. Damiante remind me. I said that I was going to make Flesh Priest do the bend and snap or the twirl. Stand up, my young apprentice, and give us the bend and snap or the twirl. Let's see.
What you guys don't know is I can't actually stand upright where I am because there's something.
So show us your cleavage then. Lean forward and let us see the cleavage.
If you can just bend forward, put your forehead against the couch, and then spread your cheeks.
Whoa! That's for the Discord only, guys. Discord only.
Yes, Daddy.
Only fans. Shit.
I've got to do the best I can, but to expand.
I'm wondering why I'm losing subs and gaining subs, and they're all flying around like crazy. By the way, guys, I have noticed that my sub count stopped. And so have a lot of other YouTubers. I've heard that sub counts have been kind of just stalling out for a lot of people. It's really what
YouTube itself has. So there's, I get the sense that there is something going wrong in Google. Shit.
No, there is. Why do you think it crashed the other night?
Mm-hmm.
You know, they were doing something.
Oh, dude, that is beautiful. You actually did a perfect job.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. No, I like. I do like how. I like the like shape and cut of it, and it does float just the right amount when you twirl. Perfect.
Yeah, I saw this, and my boyfriend was like, "Go put it on right now. That's gonna be the one."
Perfect.
Yep. No, so yeah. I mean, look, there's nothing. The world is what it is. The first rule of non-duality clubs, we don't talk about it, but the world is what it is, and you're it. It is the way it is because that's what you are. And we are going to see a world. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. I don't know. I know what the agenda is, and I don't. For me, it would destroy me. It would kill everything that I care about, which is all my attachments. So on some level, it's exactly what I need. On another level, it's like fuck, you know.
So actually, so I've got a running thing that I'm doing. It's actually I'm kind of working out a program. It's the Power Shift program. I used to be attached to the deadline of when I would have it done, but I've not been because it needs to be much better than it is for me to even consider releasing it. But I'm using myself as the test subject. This is a program of continuous self-improvement, and so it is like guided ascent. And in this, I keep a daily. I try to do it daily. Like all disciplines, it's never perfect, but a daily journal entry of an insight for the day, some insight, some miracle that I witnessed, or some flash that went off, or just like a beautiful day that I can appreciate.
Yeah.
And I call it my creator's code. Sometimes I'll post these on my Facebook and just creator's code, and that's what that is. It's my insight. I'm trying to do this on a daily basis. But shit, I forgot where I was going with that. Journaling that. What were we talking about right before that? You don't know what's coming. Trying to trace it back.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Fuck, I was distracted with chat. I
was distracted with chat too. Fuck. I was listening to you because I tune in like. So I'm a multitasker conversation person.
That's what it was. Okay, so in this society, I learned pretty early on that I could get D's and I could be just fine.
I can get D's too, but I prefer P. Oh, sorry.
So, I don't have to put forth much effort to get great results in this society. It's not very challenging. And so I'm not very challenged, and so I get D's and I slack off. Mm-hmm. I was actually writing this in my creator's code just the other day, was that this is actually something that when COVID erupted, And I started going, I've been getting messages that shit is going to go interesting and this might be the start of it. It kind of kicked into gear. If there is a full-scale apocalypse, it will be a challenge worthy of my effort. And so for people like, I think you and I, we will become falcons in the dive. We will become we will step into our greatest self if we're presented with a great enough challenge.
Yeah, I agree.
I was told by Lucifer when I was 19. I was working heavily with Lucifer. He opened the entire world for me, and geez, it's not even a matter of I'm seeing him. It's a translocation. I am wherever he is at, and at the same time, just sitting in the room. Kind of like when you were talking about your experience at the opening there. That it's not like a flash. Well, it's actually a really subtle thing, but you tune into it. So in tuning into that, I said, I want the power that the ancient sorcerers had. I want the power the ancient prophets had. I want to be able to call fire down from the heavens and make the sun go black. And he said, if the day comes that you need the sun to go black, you will have the power to do so. Yeah. And it's like, oh, shit. But you got to need it. You can't just want it. You can't do it for ego. But when you actually need it, when you're actually challenged, and this is something I think it's actually possibly the spiritual nature behind a lot of the bullshit that's going on is to get us frustrated, to make us challenged, to actually to think about the fact that we haven't taken our weapons and taken over our country is amazing.
It's amazing in both directions. I am both amazed and stupefied.
Yeah. Change comes from discontent.
Yeah. Well, not enough people are starving. I keep telling people over and over and over again, people don't fight wars on empty stomachs.
Give it a few months.
Excuse me, on full stomachs. Excuse me.
You can only keep people from work for so long. And I think it was Keep Away was in the chat earlier talking about this, I think it was Keep Away, where he said asked if I thought there was going to be another stimulus check, and I'm like, I don't think there was a first one. You can't completely take away people's ability to provide for themselves and then give them nothing.
It's all. I mean, I don't want to get too far because Flesh is going to go. All right, I'm taking my dress off.
I can see him grimacing. He's waiting for it.
I'll be just doing the zipper.
Tune into last week. And watch last week's live stream, and I pretty much lay it all out what's going on. If you want to know what I think,
was it too much for your Flesh Priest? Did you disagree? Did you have afterwards? Did you guys have a fight?
No.
Oh no, not at all. I was earlier when I was talking about shadows coming up and everything. I was having a hell of a fucking week, and I know DH was too. I'm like, look, I know you're going to talk about politics, and I've got my own shit going on. I just need to be off the stream just this week.
Yeah. And I wasn't even sure I was going to stream that night because I'm like, I don't have the head for what people think of as magic. I consider when I say politics, again, with the qualifier word, I'm talking about current events and the big, as I call it, the grand chessboard. When I said it to you today, Eric, when I texted you, I consider it the grand chessboard. Okay. So as I'm watching this, that's black magic in action right now. That's
wait. You don't consider politics to be the grand chessboard. That's just a mini game.
Yeah, that's just a neat game. That's part of it. I'm talking about, but I do look at the grand chessboard. I know what their big plot is. I know what they're doing, what their end games are, at least close to it. I got a good idea, and I know people who know things, and I hear things.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is watch last week's video, and you'll see at least a few moves ahead anyway of what sort of. Once you understand what they're trying to do, the rest is easy. When you understand what kind of world they're trying to create for themselves, now whether that's the right world or not is a personal choice you've got to make. Do you want to live in a 1984 dystopia but never go hungry? Maybe that's what you want.
So then, I think I started saying this earlier. Was that
Flesh's Priest is coming off? No, go ahead.
So we have some very interesting emerging technologies, and some of these I'm hopping the wave to just connect them with magic because the singularity is going to pull everything towards it, and so I'm going to ride that wave. And but with these emerging technologies like AI. AI is going to be able to solve a lot of problems. We might be one of the problems that they solve.
It is going to solve your problem. That is exactly. Look up the Great Reset. That's the whole plan.
Baby mice are frozen and curled up together, and I'm worried if I take them apart, they're going to like break.
You know, while he's
is it for your snake?
Yeah.
They won't break.
Like they're all frozen together.
Hold them up a little closer. No, they'll split apart. You just put it like they're really close together. Just little pinkies.
So that is.
Just find one that's kind of on the edge, and just take like a screwdriver or a butter knife, and just slowly wedge it in, and they'll pop apart.
There you go.
That's so strangely morbid.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. You can like pet his tail and wiggle it it's like soft.
I don't. What one of these do you think I could pry off?
Oh, I hate touching these dead rats, dude. Really?
Wash those hands, baby.
So I would probably.
It's like, we have to do some geometry to get in there. Some trigonometry.
If you're feeling too weird about it, we can get him I can get him to pick up some new ones tomorrow.
I can screwdriver it and a micro.
Well, hold on. There's one other thing you could try. Are you still listening, Al?
Damiante says put it in the microwave.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could defrost it and then refreeze it. It doesn't matter.
You know how we put them in the bag and then in the coffee cup with water. Put all of them in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But
there
just
you go.
check them early. Check them early. Like don't wait till they're fully defrosted. Just long enough so you can pull one off.
Are you listening to your uncle? he's saying don't let them all get completely defrosted. Just let them defrost enough to pry them apart, freeze the others, and then pull one out.
Yep. Much appreciated, Uncle Dan.
Hey, really quick, we've got a super chat from Mr. Eddie Romanov. Says,
Eddie Romanov, the epic debate on the political station on the channel the other night.
Yeah, what was that, like fucking 600 messages in 2
hours? We had a long debate about politics. And so on Discord, we've got all kinds of channels and rooms. And we separated politics from everything else so that it's optional. You don't have to see it. It's there only for the brave and the strong. But there are rules. You do have to be civil and nice. You're not allowed to use insults. You are allowed to attack positions, but never the messenger of the position. The messenger of the position is off limits. So unless they start with you, that's of course we use the satanic rule of if you slap me, I get to smash you. So, yeah. But other than that, be polite, and it will stay polite. You can talk about anything you want, so long as it's not something that'll get Discord on our case with censorship issues, which they shouldn't.
So it seems like it's free range. I mean, is anybody actually?
But it's pretty close. They do have standards. If somebody reports the right thing, you could get in trouble for it. You could, but I think it's a report system. I don't think they have an algorithm yet. So it's not like all these fact-checking pussy farts that I swear to God, that's like, I'm not flesh. I don't care. Cover your ears and leave, man. That is a deep, sick fucking thing that pisses me off so much.
You're migrating away from YouTube as well, eh?
No, I'll always be here. As long as they don't kill me, I'll be here. No, I branch out, dude. I branch out. So I try to decentralize. Even though I will never decentralize, I try to be decentralized. So I'm on Facebook. That's my primary social media. But I'm also on Parler now, which I'm barely using. I am on Twitter, but I don't like Twitter at all. I just use that to troll people and fucking be a dick to people. That's really all Twitter's good for.
Is there any kind of like hub engine that you can like put content into that can then send it out to the multiple platforms?
I'm sure if you get the right people, I'm sure there is.
You're probably gonna have people like,
it is tiring. When I make a video here and I also want to put it on BitChute, usually BitChute will extract it for me, but they don't do it anymore for some reason. So I have to manually upload videos to BitChute now. So now I got to do 2 or 3 at a time, and it is a pain in the ass. Like I agree. Whoever makes that app,
I actually just realized that I have that robot, and his name is Timothy.
So have that robot, and if you want, I'll donate a few bucks to that. Hook me up with that.
Oh man.
I'll donate a few bucks to developing that. We'll call it the fucking, what do we call it? The Black Magic Uploader. We'll call it something fucking weird. And I'll take my 2%.
Jennifer says she used Buffer Publish for business stuff.
Okay. Buffer Publish. Let me look that up. Thank you, Jen. See, this is why we love Jen.
There's a million reasons that we love Jen.
Well, I'm saying this is why. This is an example. Motherfucker.
She says Hootsuite as well.
Don't know.
Total tangent, but this is something that popped in my head the other day. We all fucking rebelled against our parents at one point, And I was just thinking of you said your kid's name on stream before. I could say that, right, EA?
Me, yeah, Alex, yeah.
Yeah. I was just thinking like Alex, like you are not the average dad. Like not many people could say they've got a fucking black magic dad. I was wondering how the fuck is Alex gonna rebel? Like, Dad,
Yeah,
I'm
she's gonna
becoming a
rebel. Like, when
Mormon
is she gonna
now.
come in and be like, "Father"?
You know,
I would like you to meet my. I would like you to meet my Catholic priest.
no, you know, so to be frank about it and to be honest and sincere about it, she had enough trauma from her mother and her mother's situation that I'm the safe place, I'm the protective place, and so she doesn't. I don't think she has the need to rebel against me. She is doing some pretty active rebellion against her mom and her mom's values and whatever, and that's cool. But yeah, you know, and one thing with that is like, so I had this this ethic that just like it's kind of been with me, but I didn't really understand it consciously, and that's this of honesty. Like my whole life, I've kind of felt that that's one of the things I've really like. I can put a death spell on somebody and watch them die of a heart attack and feel nothing. But if I lie to them about it, it tears me apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always kind of had that, and so like with and just this last year, actually Asmodeus really brought that out of me and said, "Hey, look at this, pay attention to it because it's a strength." And but yeah, and it is.
Lying hurts. Like, okay, so one of the things that makes me tick is, you know, you're always saying, "Oh, you're so smart." I feel a little Aspergery. I don't know what the right term would be. I'm not technically that, but I feel things that go against what I know to be true, they grate like fingernails on a blackboard. Like when someone lies to me and I usually figure it out pretty quick. It's like, fuck you. You don't respect me that much that you're gonna fucking tell. Especially like I don't even care if it's something minor, unless it's because you got me a present and you don't want me to know what it is or something. I don't like it. I'd rather you said, I just don't feel like hanging out tonight. I don't want to hear bullshit. I don't like, because to me, that's like, trust that I'm not going to like impale you for the truth. I don't impale people for the truth. So,
well, you have a really uncanny way too. Just like as your friend, you have an uncanny way of seeing the shadow, seeing the unspoken thing. And then you have a really classy way of dropping in that you see that.
I don't know if it's that classy, dude.
It's, you know, I think it is. It's well, because it's never. I'll tell you what. Here's what it is. It's never a smackdown. It's never a slap. Yeah. That's why I would say it's classy is because like, man, the things that there are people I'm sure out there that would love to have the chance to have maybe personal interactions with me that you've had in which they could just be like, look, you motherfucker, like you're showing up on the camera in that condition, cool. But you know, like there is a when you see the unspoken thing, you have a way of calling it to let me know that you're on the wavelength, that you understand, but that without a judgment. It's really incredible.
I really tried, and I don't even try. I very rarely judge. When I judge, it's because I go, this isn't good for me. And I don't judge people like, I don't care. Like, and when I say I don't care, it doesn't mean I don't care. It means that I know better than to think that my caring for that is going to make your life better, because it might not. I don't try to make your life better for you. I'd rather be your friend that says, you know, if you need something, tell me. If you want something, tell me. And I will do my best to always provide what's within my means. I don't want to be someone, on the other hand, that says, look, motherfucker, why are you drinking so much? Why are you doing this so much? I don't think that's helpful, because that's not the problem. For example, for anybody, like let's say somebody has a drinking problem. The drinking isn't the real problem. There's something deeper going on. And
the drinking or the drugs or the substance or even like the sex, yeah. So this is not a common understanding, but I'll share it with the audience. At one point, I was in a Sex Addicts Anonymous group because that was something that I was able to latch onto and use that. And this was specifically when I was in a several years sobriety from drugs. I was looking for that something else. And what all of these things do is they're medications.
Yeah,
and the thing is, they work.
And their side effects can be worse than the problem. So what happens is they become snowballs, and you end up going down hills. So, but yeah, no, my philosophy is if I can trust you, then you get my confidence. When you have my confidence, you've got the world with me. Like that's really it. Like I don't care. Do we like the same thing? Don't give a fuck. So long as your world doesn't try to hurt my world, and I can trust you, so that you're telling me enough truth, because nobody tells 100% of the truth. Let's be honest. But if I can trust you that your truth is enough that I can trust you, and that little bit that I know you're lying about I can deal with, isn't that true for anybody? Who's different? Yeah. Nobody's different.
Oh, dude, no, absolutely.
Hold on, gonna cut you off really quick. I just want to sneak in before this gets too far. Evil Angel with a super chat. I wish I wasn't so broke, but for the great friends and good times, you guys are worth it. Much love from me and Nick.
I was gonna say that's Nick's call, right? Yeah, you were on last week. You know what? Eric, do you mind hanging out for a little bit and doing some live calls with people, or you want to bounce away?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I've got to go switch my battery out, and I've got to fill up my glass of milk.
Okay, all right. So why don't you do that real quick? We'll take some more live calls. I mean, you can be live with all of us, not just me and Flesh Priest. You can have Sky Blue, Muscle Man himself, one of my best friends in this world, and probably the next, and probably the one before, if I was going to guess. We've probably been friends for a long time, brother. Probably for a very long time.
I don't know that I know this fella.
Who's that? You want to mention Nick?
Yeah. Oh, okay. No, who's Sky Blue?
No, you got the Sky Blue muscle shirt on.
Oh shit, you're talking about me?
Yeah, unless that's
this motherfucker.
Okay, so
here's something. Here's a crazy little factoid, or I don't even know if it's a factoid. It might be just bullshit. But I heard that if you were to see your identical doppelganger on the street, you wouldn't recognize it because your dysphoria is so intense. Each one of us, like the way that we see ourselves is nothing at all what we actually look like from a third person perspective.
I'd like to test that. That could be true. I could see how it could be true, but I could also
see that.
But I could also say that I've run into people that I said, yeah, that is remind me. But then again, you're right, because people have said, oh, you look like Meatloaf, especially years ago when I had my hair down. And I'm like, fucking Meatloaf. Oh, fuck you. How do I look like Meatloaf? Right? And you're like, I see that. And I'm like, no, why do you see that? I don't see it. It's like, no, fuck you. But yeah, no, totally. I get what you're saying. I think there could be something to at least it may not be the 100% of the story, but I'm sure for a lot of people it is. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
So we got one more super chat. Yeah. You go get your milk.
I want to wait till EA gets back because I think he would have some input on that too.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah.
While we're doing that, let's talk about Behemoth. Behemoth's here. I just noticed.
Yeah, fucking I'm sure Behemoth is probably getting sick of hearing it every fucking time he comes on. What's that?
How awesome his freaking videos are and how cool his wisdom is.
Yeah, he's probably fucking sick of us always shouting him out. But seriously, if you guys are here and like what we do at all, and you're not subscribed to Behemoth X, what the fuck are you doing?
There's actually 2 YouTubers that I will somehow. I don't care if I have to mail Behemoth X a good router or something. I've got to get him, and I want to get Travis Magus on my show at least once before we all die. So Travis Magus is another guy. He's been here a few times, but lately he's been doing his show on the same night as me. So I'm sure that's not like anything like competitive at all. He just does it when he can do it, I'm sure. So I would love to get him on here. He does I forget what it's called, but he's streaming right now. And I recommend if you get bored with us, go hop over to Travis Magus's and say, hey, DH Thorne sent me. Fucking, he's a good guy. He does good content, and he's a little bit more into the Hermetics and Thelema style of magic, but he definitely works the left-hand path. He's also a fucking genius, this guy. He's one of the people that I actually have turned to when I was down and confused about my own brain, and he helped me get he literally my fire went out for 5 minutes, and I talked to him, and he didn't even say much. He just asked me like 3 questions, and the fire reignite. The guy's brilliant. He's a wonderful guy, and you know how arrogant I am. I don't pay many compliments. When I do, I gush because I'm usually very impressed. So, Behemoth X, go to that motherfucker's channel. I wish you uploaded weekly still, man. I wish you did, but go to that motherfucker's channel. Some of the most beautiful
it's quality
rituals.
And not quantity.
It is. It's 4K. Who the fuck shoots in 4K? Dude, you're already on the next level. You know what? That's it. That settles it. One of these days, I'm gonna find a way. I don't know how we're gonna do it, but I'm gonna shoot some stuff with Behemoth. I'm gonna have him come. We're gonna do like, can you imagine how beautiful having rituals like with all of us, but Behemoth X is setting up everything and he's in it too. Can you imagine? It would be like the coolest death metal video you've ever seen, but it would be like a legit black ritual. Oh, I think my wife wants to show something off. You want to show it on camera or just show it off? Here, you do it because I don't want to break it.
Yeah, he says he's so busy. We're just gonna have to.
On camera. Just move your body around a little bit.
We're just gonna have to kidnap him at some point and
right there.
like open up his schedule.
Can you guys see this?
Oh, this that looks awesome.
So I don't know if this is gonna get any eyes on it, but this is gonna be on Etsy. What, like this week, next week?
What's that? I'm getting delayed.
That's okay. When do you think this will be up?
Probably by the end of the weekend at least.
Okay, so definitely by next week at the latest. This will be up. I don't know. You're going to add eyes to it? What are you going to do to it?
No, this one's going plain like
just like that? I think it looks awesome.
The resin coating and then the loose site and then
wow.
it's done.
We're going to do some with sigils at some point too. We're still learning how to make those look good. So just so you guys know, a little update with the store. By Thanksgiving, I don't know for sure, but we're aiming at having 7 mirrors up by Thanksgiving. And right now I've got a whole plethora of my books available, which you can purchase, but I will sign them for you and dedicate them to you with like a paragraph or something like that. So give me what you want on it and let me know when you order it. Put it in the message. So we got that. Oh. And I still have this guy. I still got this guy. I get compliments on it all the time.
Your fucking wire wrapping is legit.
And these were ones like, I have some that I won't sell because they're mine, you know, and like these were ones that I liked and I was like, I won't wear these, but I love them. So if you go to Etsy, it's hard to see, but I call this one Lord of the Deep, and it's got like a type of aura quartz, but it's like metallic aura quartz. And the way I wire wrap that, it kind of looks a little bit like a little kraken coming out of the depths to grab the stone. So that's on Etsy right now. Those mirrors, there's one mirror right now that's not spoken for. If you're interested, so my Etsy link. Who's got my Etsy link? I'm slacking here.
I'll get it.
You got it. So if you guys want to see the stuff we got there, go there now. And then there'll be more stuff, especially this winter, because my wife's going to be off from her main job. So then we're probably going to go into doing production a lot more with stuff that we can figure out to do. I want to make necklaces. I want to make, like, I tried doing etching and I failed. Like, I don't know what I did wrong. It doesn't come out that bad, but I wanted to do, let me see if I get it. There we go.
So have you used hydrochloric acid at all?
So that's as far as I got. It didn't etch deep enough. And no, it's not hydrochloric. It's ferric.
That's hydrochloric, or is that ferric or hydrochloric?
Yeah, ferric chloride. Yeah.
So if you actually get muriatic hydrochloric, you can get it like at cleaning stores and stuff, like places that sell industrial cleaning supplies. Or even at, like, I don't know if you have Ace Hardware out there, but that's where I get it. And that actually that will dissolve bone completely. So if you ever need to get rid of a corpse, that's a fun way. And it also it'll etch the shit out of metal. It'll go deep.
Yeah, the thing is that the way I'm doing it is I'm doing it with a thing you print out and then you transfer it to the metal. And when I was talking to you that night, actually, and I did 2 of them while we were talking, and each time I did it, it pissed me off because the transfer peeled off the metal instead of sticking to it. So it did really good at first, then it peeled off and ruined it. So I'm like, all right, that's not. So I think what I need to do is simplify it so that it's only maybe simpler designs that I don't have to worry so much, and then I can maybe do things to edit them a little bit better. So I'll see what I come up with. I'm not done with it. I'm going to wait till the winter where I can really, like, my wife and I can really knock heads on it in between knocking boots. Hey. So someone asked, how long do you guys plan on producing the mirrors? Forever, until they stop selling or we lose our fingers. So so long as people are buying them, we will keep making them. And we're going to be improving the designs all the time. We have bigger ones coming. I know Nina just mentioned she's still waiting for hers. So yeah, my wife just says ongoing production. Yeah, so we're trying to work out other designs, other versions, all kinds of stuff. And we are in cahoots with Elena Lemmy, who's not here right now. So we will be, occasionally trading parts, like, so all of it goes to a good cause, we'll say. So either store, if you like what you see, buy away with my blessing, and it's cool. So, and not least of all, guys, I can't not honor my fucking awesomest friend besides Flesh Priest in the world, with his life and work, I think you have a little store on the internet. Don't you have like a little Etsy or something?
Yeah, I got a little back page thing. It's not a big deal. Become a living god. Actually, everybody tells me it's not going to work.
Yeah, I was going to say, dude, because I go to that website. It does not look. Look. What do you got? Some rituals and some books and some awesome products and shit. I mean, come on.
But, I'll tell you what. It's I am pretty damn proud of what I'm doing.
You should be, man. No, you should be.
Oh fuck
yeah.
You and Timothy.
To be honest, like. Let's go deep.
We're going deep.
My ex-girlfriend. I don't know that I've talked to you a whole lot about her. But I split up with her about almost a year and a half ago, and it was an 8-year relationship, and she witnessed supernatural things all the time, but refused. She would acknowledge it. She'd say, "Oh, hey, look, that cup is sliding across the table," or "The doors are opening and closing again by themselves. That's weird. Must be the spirits." But she wouldn't actually lean into it at all. And she was like very normal, and this was not something that she even knew how to tell people about, or it wasn't her life. She wasn't a magical person, and so my profession even was almost like a secret that I had to keep amongst her family and such. And so that combined with the fact that I'm becoming much more, I'm having much more integrity as I go forward, increasingly. I've definitely sold specifically other authors shit that I'm looking at going, I wouldn't practice out of this, but if you guys want to, have fun.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, I would say that to people, but it's like, But anyways, I actually noticed, I was out in New York in an event, and this guy that comes up to me and he's like, "Hey, yeah," we start chit-chatting. He's like, "What do you do for a living?" And I found myself feeling ashamed of it. And I'll tell you what, like, ashamed of telling, I teach people black magic. I teach people how to summon demons and stuff. And that was a huge signal for me. I got to get into alignment with what I'm doing and what I'm about, who I am. I got to figure out who the fuck I am. And really this last year and a half has been 100% just doubling down on who I actually am without any apologies and excuses. And so not only am I like internally more proud of what I do than I've ever been, but that is generating better stuff that I'm putting out. That's generating a higher ethic that I'm holding everything to, because I respect what I'm doing so much more. Mm-hmm. And now I can gladly tell people, I teach people how to become gods.
Fuck yeah.
Well,
I'm holding this up for Afro Samurai while you're talking. I didn't want to interrupt.
That's all I got. I was just rambling.
Yeah, I've wanted to bring this up a couple times tonight. It was relevant for a couple things we were talking about. This might be another little flesh priestism, but I think to that there's a saying I fucking adore, and it's that the truth is a key that will unlock any door that you're meant to walk through. And I fucking love that so much. I got it tattooed right over my ribs because I wanted it to fucking hurt, and I didn't want to forget it.
That's one of the reasons I got mine on my inner forearm, because I'm like, that's a slightly painful spot. And yeah, exactly.
So what you got tattooed there? I don't like it.
Which one, mine or his?
So I don't like the determinism in that. The meant to part. It's like, don't tell me what I'm meant to do. I'll tell you what. So, because of abuse and neglect in my early childhood, when I was about 4 or 5 years old, I had to go to rehabilitative schooling to learn how to cross midline and how to walk. I couldn't really walk, and walk the balance beam. I remember that was like such a victory to be able to make my body put one foot in front of the other for like a 4 foot length or whatever. And that was a huge victory because, just weeks before I really couldn't, I was flopping around on the floor like a eel. So, but my entire life, I have always been told what I'm not going to be able to do. Yeah, by parents, by the systems, by teachers, by Marine recruiters, by everybody, by even at one point, well, what seemed to be a large amount of my audience. As soon as I announced become a living God, you can't do that's not going to work. Nothing.
Everybody tells you can't, dude. When I started doing this, even I told myself in a passive way at very first, I'm like, I'm not ready for this. I can't. And then as it got bigger and bigger, I'm like, no, I absolutely can. Get out of the way, fat boy. And I just started doing it. And that's exactly it. Everybody wants you to fail when you're starting out on your own. Everybody.
And I think there's I think we can actually uncover here a formula. If you can lean into it, because like before I started Become a Living God, I put out the Book of Azazel, and I said, this is the last book I'll ever write on this subject. Goodbye, everybody. I'm sick of you.
And then came the water fountain went off. Yeah.
Yeah. And when exactly, it's what I call the law of fuck it, or the power of fuck it.
The power of fuck it is amazing. Yes.
Oh yeah.
I cannot agree more with that statement. Like you could just write an entire, like I'm tied up in my cables right here, so fuck it. You could write an entire fucking universe of wisdom on just that one saying. Because everything I've accomplished, which admittedly isn't much because I'm still in the beginning stages, is because partially of the fuck it attitude. I said to myself, brick by brick, day by day, I'm just going to say fuck it and do it anyway. And as I did it, like 3/4 of success is just showing up,
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey,
Huge.
I want to make a segue right here because I think that might just be perfect. We got a super chat a little while back from Philip Black.
Okay.
Says, what would you guys recommend for starting my journey on the left-hand path? You guys are awesome. Horns. Love you, dude.
Turn off this video and start learning what matters to you. No, go ahead.
Embrace the power of fuck it. Just start doing it.
Yeah, just start doing it. I mean, first get an idea of what you think the left-hand path means. Because honestly, that's kind of the point of left-hand path. It's I don't want to just say it's individuality squared or something, but it's a desire to avoid all forms of submission to anything else. The right-hand path is make me powerful, oh external force. Left-hand path is no, I am that force. I am going to be, or I am.
The process of arriving to that, first it's ongoing. Like, and then second, like, my journals are full of all the stupidest questions I ask spirits. Like, and sometimes, like, I'm face to face with Demogorgon, and I'm like, raptured by it. And the question I ask is, "Give me all your power." And he says, "Let me show you something," and pulls me onto my body, takes me up to the cosmos, and shows me all of it. Says, "All of this is yours. You have all power. What are you asking for? Something that you already have." And I'm like, oh shit, okay, well, and I had nothing with which to follow that up with.
Yeah.
So it was like such a wasted opportunity. I mean, sure, I could call him again, but that doesn't stop me from beating myself up over it.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, I will say that after coming to, so I mean, look, there's I keep telling you guys I have a master work in progress, which someday I'll finish, but yeah, I call it the greater keys of creation. And if I ever get it done, it's got these basic concepts that I think are central to being an arisen being, we'll say, to being an ascendance type master, or at least going in that direction. These are things that without them, I think that you're just kind of playing Pokemon with yourself. I think you're just fucking yourself. The very first one I don't mind telling you is the concept of gnosis. The concept of gnosis can be found in Gnosticism and other cultures and other traditions, but the concept of gnosis is being completely and utterly aware in the moment of what is, and being fully aware in a way that is knowing that you're omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient all at the same time. And it is achievable in the living state, usually only for brief moments, and sometimes what the problem is that you're experiencing it right now. I am, EA is, Flesh Priest is, everybody in the chat is, but you have, you mentioned earlier, Eric, about that our senses are really about limiting, not about feeling. And that's absolutely true. Your entire sense of expression and self is an experience is based on what your body tunes out, not what it includes. So let's just take your vision just as a simple example. When you're looking at this screen, your brain is really only focusing on a space the size of a quarter held at arm's length, maybe a little bit bigger. That's all that's clear in your vision. You can test this right now. Everything else starts to blur as it gets bigger. Your conscious awareness is really only aware and really aware of what's in that center and a little bit around it. By the time you get to the peripheral, your brain doesn't record that really much at all, but it's still there. You'll experience it. So like if you see something move out of the corner of your eye, you'll go, hey, what was that? But it's not part of your active, conscious thinking memory experience. So your eyeballs take this entire thing in, billions of megapixels, whatever it works out to be, and your brain is really only considering what's going on in this little tiny sphere in front of you. That's all that you seem to care about. And it is that you base your entire world on, because most people are visual in their experience, because our eyes are like one of our best senses. Most people have at least a very strong connection to their visual experience. So most people, even if you're an audiophile, even if you like smells, what you see is how your world is generally arranged for you. So your whole universe, this is why I'm going to fuck your heads up. Why do you think half the reason your phone screen is only this big? It doesn't have to be this big. You can because
so I was gonna mention that so there's a podcast entrepreneur, investor, etc. Gary Vaynerchuk, awesome dude. I listen to his stuff all the time, and that's one of the things he's like, if you have a TV, that's kind of like a novelty, but really you're catching much more on the small screen if you're watching a video, for instance. But my argument with that is you're not seeing it as I love a big screen with great, I love the beauty of it, not just the content, but the actual context, I guess.
So if you want to go to another level, practice things like sitting in public and listening to five or six conversations at the same time. Practice things like you're saying, watch 2 or 3 TV shows at once, see what you can catch. I will routinely watch 2 or 3 YouTube videos at the exact same time and see how much I can retain from all of them. Some people will do them on fast forward. I like to just give me 2 or 3 at the same time. It's good practice. When you start to become, there's a reason why yogis and stuff, the really advanced ones, they start just being naked and wearing loose flowing clothes, because they feel like they are a part of the world and their senses are intermingled with way more than just the little tiny dot that they usually experience. Try with all your might in meditation. Stop going just inside. Learn to bridge the inside and the outside so they're the same thing. That's when you can do that.
So to throw a interesting note in there is I've got a couple pretty regular clients that I work with through consultations, and one of them I know is all over my video courses, and they're blind, and teaching them magic. Actually, I had to really consider, like, because I'm going, well, you gaze at the sigil. Can't gaze at the sigil. What are you doing?
What is the sigil? Yeah, it's nothing.
Yeah, so the colors that you use, I'm like, I've got my temple is mainly green for oh shit. There are a lot of things where it's like, how does can all this be converted? And like I was saying about the whole parenting conversation, once again it comes back to honesty. Just being like, look, here's the thing. I'm struggling with this because I've always had, like, not only just vision but great vision, and great color distinction stuff. So help me out, like what, and actually talking to them about it. But in the Book of the Sacred Magic for Brahma and the Mage, this is called out pretty heavily, where it says don't concern yourself at all with whether or not you see the spirit, or if you see any phantoms, or if you see any signs. That's not important. You need the felt presence of the spirit, and then the thing you asked it to do needs to happen. If those 2 requirements are fulfilled, success.
Because I think a lot of the time what we expect to be the manifestation of a spirit is a parlor trick, or it's just some thing that we've been taught through pop culture and fiction is the real deal.
Of course, and to be frank, the
I like it when you're Eric. Don't be Frank.
Oh, okay. I was going to be Frank. I was hoping you'd be Anne.
I guess I could be. I think that Flesh is better at Anne right now.
Dad jokes, man.
Flesh will understand them someday.
I forgot what I was going to be frank about, man.
Oh, fuck, I'm sorry. I did it to you again.
You were talking about... No, go.
Physical materialization of spirits. Like when I see when the incense smoke comes up and I see a face in it, or usually I'll see a torso. Usually it's like a bust of the spirit is mostly what I'm seeing in the incense smoke in an evocation. Now, I will see that physically, and I have to admit that seems a lot like paralydia. My mind is picking it up and making a pattern where
just because it is doesn't mean it's not the spirit, though. That's always my retort. And
that's the thing. So in any kind of contact, really, so it's like when I look into my scrying mirror, if I see it visibly fill with white fog, after that, I'm not worried about the visuals because I lean into the inner state. Mm-hmm. These, when I'm seeing the bust of the spirit in the smoke, that's like a signal to me. Go deep inside.
Absolutely. I will tell you that every single thing, when I tell you guys, oh, I saw this and that and this and that, even if it starts external, it always ends up internal at some point, and I just sit there. And it has nothing to do with what I see in my eyes. No, we could have whole conversations about just this part because this is like the speed bump that everybody hits because they expect it to be Hollywood all the way through, and when it's not, they go, "Well, magic's not real." Yeah, you'd be surprised. Explain everything else that I can show you, though. So,
well, and the thing is, once you lean into it, and honestly, once you lean into your imagination and stop dismissing your imagination, it opens up entire worlds that Hollywood couldn't even come close to. I mean, and really, so let's look at that because if which we most likely are we are definitely in a simulation of sorts. What we're experiencing is not the real thing. We're creating a simulation in order for us to operate. Oh shit! I forgot where I was going.
That's right. I got a phone call. Well, in a second we're gonna have some call-ins. So
this is bullshit.
So fucking stop it. You know what we need to do? We need to start playing the memory game, you and me, because I have a shit memory too, man. Believe it or not. So we need to play the memory game, and we're gonna get housed. We're gonna get just our asses whooped. And we're just gonna play until we're gonna start getting mad, and then we're gonna do magic and get good at it.
Here's the fucked up thing. I know I've played the memory game. I have no idea how to play.
See?
Be right back.
Oh, damn it. You were going to let the next call in now. Oh, shit.
No, right. As soon as I get back, we're going to bring the caller in.
Cool. All right. So we're going to be taking calls now. We're going to start with someone who's been on before. I think, Eric, you know her too. So we're going to have some cool people on, and we're going to go through our list. We'll spend like an hour or so doing that, and we'll also be taking more of your live questions in the chat. If you guys have anything you want us to read, we always give priority to the live caller, super chat, bold, and tagged after that. So if you've got anything you want to talk about and you're not going to call in, that's perfectly fine. Just make sure it's at least in bold or you tag preferably Yepsen because he's going to be watching the chat, whereas EA and I are probably going to be fucking showing off as always.
Yeah, I had to turn YouTube off. So
yeah, so he's not even going to see it. So we'll get to it when we can. And one of these days, I'm going to trick Behemoth X on. We're going to have. Could you imagine the live stream that would include all of us? That would be ridiculous. That would be. I would have to watch that. I don't even think I could be in it. I think I'd have to just watch that.
Who's all of us?
I don't know. All of us. Make a list.
All of them. Nice.
All of us.
You mean start making a list? Jennifer.
Fuck it. Let's even include the people we don't like, so that we can dunk on them the whole time while they're here. So.
Right. Oh man, that would be horrible to be in the audience for that show at all.
Nah, I think it'd be awesome. Someone go find that meme from South Park of the psychic fight. Go find that meme. That's what it would look like. It would be fucking great. I want to see that one.
So this might be a interesting image for you guys, but I'm just going to say, peeing standing up in a dress, that's an interesting experience.
Messy.
You're not Irish or Scottish enough. I thought you were, though. I thought you had a lot of Irish in you, not just coming out of you, too.
This thing comes down to my ankles.
Oh, yeah.
I could pee in a kilt, no problem.
So
Are you okay, honey?
I don't have these. If I had these pictures, I would send you pictures right now of me in a wedding dress. not last March, but March of 2019, I guess. I did a Brides of March thing in Vegas. There's a bunch of us dressed up as brides and just went around in town, went bar hopping, whatever, and did full scale, hair done up and a little wreath on, but anyways, peeing was a disaster. Trying to pee in a urinal. Oh man, that was bad.
Can I just tell you, like, because I do a lot of, especially medieval stuff when I was younger and cosplay and all this kind of stuff. I am no stranger to, wow, did I overdress for the bathroom? To the point where, like, you've got, like, okay, so Japanese clothes, right? I like wearing Japanese type clothes from time to time. And some of them are really cool, but then sometimes you got to untie a lot of stuff to get out of it. And so, like, when you got to pee, like, I'm sure they probably had a more proper way to do this. But, like, if you ever wore hakama, like, it's, when you put hakama on properly, and you tie that fucker, like, the 16 fucking times, and then you got an obi over it and all this, dude, you don't pee by fucking untying all that. You got to, like, lift your leg up because the pant leg's so big. That's like I'm sure I'm breaking some taboo by doing that. If you got to, like, you got to plan a piss a good 20 minutes in advance because putting it back on is just as complicated as taking it off. So, damn, like, I'm just going to tell you, like, that'll test your piss potential right there really well.
Yeah.
We got another super from Star Ruby. We haven't seen Star Ruby in a little bit. Hi, Star Ruby. She says, I love you guys. I love all you guys. Thank you for all that you do. Well, you are welcome. You are very welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Being part of it, man. That's, yeah.
Like,
I'd still be doing this if it was just like me and a couple friends that paid attention. But I guess that's what it is. It's me and a couple friends. Like, really, like,
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
all
I wouldn't have the cool visuals behind me because I'd still be like, you know, I can't afford a curtain, so. But I'd still be here.
Yeah. So that's like looking towards a potential full scale apocalypse. No matter what direction things go, I'm not doing things different.
Well, I gotta tell you, dude, in a full scale apocalypse, Mad Max level, people like us, assuming we survive the initial culling, which I think we would, people like us are going to be the ones who are going to be leading fucking cults of fucking homicidal. I mean, do-gooders that rampage around helping people because it's,
you know. I have to keep correcting people when I'm like telling them about my visions for the future. Like, for one, I want to get an old plantation in the south and turn it into a temple and have a whole full temple ground and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And people are like, "Oh, so you're making a compound?" I'm like, no, not a compound, a resort. You know, you gotta. The wording can be so tricky.
So I think Flesh Priest was looking for a good time to stick his.
Stick this collar in.
His collar in.
Where are you going with this, bud?
You'll find out tomorrow when we're playing other games.
I
don't know if.
I think he died. He froze.
I fucked up.
He fucked
I
up.
fucked up.
He
I did the wrong thing.
He did the wrong thing.
Did you do it
Okay. Performing the ritual of summoning.
I don't do that.
I always
shit
feel
anymore.
like Wayne's World.
All right, fine. One.
Whoa.
Everybody, please welcome regular guest. Oh shit!
Rest in peace, eardrums.
So she's a regular guest on here, Dia Phoenix.
Dia Phoenix.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, Dia Phoenix? How you doing? I knew it was going to be you. I got the little birdie told me ahead of time. What is up? You were part of that Shadowgate conversation that we had the other night. So welcome.
Oh. Well, I would just like to note, just as an addendum to the report that I gave you, that this video, this call-in show, is taking place after we did the Shadowgate project. Okay,
yep, it sure is.
I'm just saying.
It sure is.
So far, the content of what I've seen, my mind is blown.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, I have to be a little bit, conservative in what I say I think counts, only because it's my project. I don't be like, oh, look at all this success because of all the chaos going on. Like I said, I predicted a lot of this was going to happen anyway. But you're seeing a lot of stuff, right? So go ahead.
Yeah. Specifically, like, for instance, you start out with Belial, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that leads to Coedding coming on and talking about the myth, right?
Yeah.
Behind Belili, right?
Yep.
So earlier today, when I'm writing my ritual for the goddess project that I'm a part of, which I wasn't a part of, by the way, on Halloween, but since then I've been invited to join it. I'm crying because I'm writing the underworld part. So, and then afterwards, of course, it's cathartic. I feel great, and I'm watching this video of you and Coedding and Flesh Priest, and he's talking about the prototype of Inanna.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Also a good point.
Yeah, very, very important, and really, like, one of the things as I've looked at Ford specifically, Michael W. Ford really dives into the early Semitic cultures and religions, and Belili, and there's like a very small number of gods. I would say 9, but we can argue about the number. But that were the most ancient, and Belili was one of them. And this is like not even Bronze Age. This is Stone Age stuff. So yeah, no, it is absolutely, as far as we know historically, is the proto Inanna and descent into the underworld. Yeah, absolutely.
This is why I tell people, you've got to go not from you can go with the names of spirits. I obviously do, but you've got to go. You got to, and Jung is actually a toddler compared to like where some of this actually comes from. But you've got to go with the collective conscious idea of archetypes if you really want to get to the bottom, in my opinion, of what's going on. You've got to understand that these beings represent archetypal aspects of the collective consciousness, which is, even that is a tiny fragment of the all. So
I'm sorry, but one way that I've understood it maybe a little bit differently is that these, let's say Azazel, for instance, is a somehow in a way that I'm not really logically understanding. It exists as a conscious and willful force that can ride through and assume a form of archetypal patterns in order to present themselves to us. But that underlying that archetypal pattern, that there is an actual conscious thing that's coming through it.
No, there is, but that's what you are too. That's what we all are. So what I'm getting at is you're no different.
Non-duality club.
Yeah, welcome to non-duality. But you're no different in that you are also, you think you're a collection of whatevers, but those whatevers are what you've decided to filter yourself through. Just like we were talking about the senses being filtered through these tiny little orifices. It works the other way too. You are the universe filtering through these archetypes of self. So Azazel, so imagine it like a nested tree diagram where you have the ultimate core of self, which is also all of the branches, but every time you go down a notch, it splits and you kind of become smaller and smaller and more finite in what you identify yourself to be. So when the source identifies itself through Azazel, it probably went through some other iterations too to get there, and it identifies itself through Azazel, but Azazel is, what do we always say when we talk about, it's almost like in Dungeons and Dragons, when you look up a god, there's always the name of the god and then the things it does with the aspects that it controls and there's a reason they did that, and it's because it is all based, when you look at the ancient gods themselves, they all stand for certain archetypes. It's part of their stories. It's like, Thor hurls lightning bolts just like Jupiter, and he's the jolly guy, and he likes to eat, and he'll cross-dress just like Flesh Priest. Well, some of these things are archetypal. So these beings,
love the dress, by the way.
These beings will split themselves through these. They'll filter themselves through these archetypes, and so what you're saying is right, I think. But I think that there's the archetype is what we're looking for. So we get fucked up, I think, as occultists and as researchers, when we start saying, this was Inanna, this was Belili, and so on, and because we get fucked up thinking that there is an original God we've got to find and talk to. Lucifer smacked me upside the head one day when I asked him, "Are you this one?" He said, "We are as we appear to you." What's that?
I apologize. I'm going to interrupt you. For me, Belili as the prototype isn't me saying, "Oh, I'm so glad you brought up the original goddess so that I can work with her now.
Mm-hmm.
No,
It helps
it
you.
adds dimensions
helps
to the
dimension.
story of Nana.
Yep, I agree with that. No, I agree with that. I'm not scolding that in the slightest. I'm just, when people are here, especially when they're newer, like somebody's asking how I started on the left-hand path, don't fall into the trap of just going on a right-hand path of worship of different gods and you're always looking for the higher god. You're gonna fuck yourself. You're basically doing what they did in the old days and came up with Yahweh.
But however, I think there is an importance and there is a need to break through bullshit of dogma that's been placed around these gods, because the archetypes have been completely perverted and
you're right, and they've become these cultural metaphors that end up not meaning. So what happens is these archetypes are permanent. They're eternal. The archetype is eternal. That's actually what you are too. You represent archetypes. You're a metaphor for archetypes. You just don't realize it because you're in the metaphor. Someday when you're dead, people are going to be looking at your metaphor and go, yeah, E.A. Quetting was X, Y, and Z, and they'll be like, yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what he was. And then
that's actually what we're doing, and we can become conscious of it while we're doing it in a path working.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. Well, theurgy, I like to talk about theurgy a lot. Theurgy is the practice of identifying your source self by going up the chain, stepping stone wise, through your different divine or infernal incarnations and finding your true self within all of them. So yeah.
Oh yeah, I was going to say to turn it back to Dia.
Oh, sorry, Dia.
Let me ask you what with the flash that's gone off. What's that telling you? What are you gathering? What's your big insight?
So that's adding dimensions to the because I'm constructing the ritual that I'm going to do for the 9 goddess working that we're doing, and it adds dimensions to the story because of the justice aspect, and the things that you were talking about. And I have a question for you: is that in the Compendium of Belial?
I believe it is. I wasn't able to find it on the fly, but I'm almost certain I put it in there.
I have that. I do have that book. It's in my Kindle.
Yeah, it should be. It should be in there. Oh man, if I don't have something like bookmarked and prepared though, finding shit on the fly. Yeah.
So what I was gonna say is that the morning that before Lamia took me aside and asked me to join this working because they had a spot open up for me. And Nana showed up that morning. Now I know.
How do you mean showed up? Explain, describe that.
So let me explain. So like what you talk about with the presence thing, right? I felt her presence in my room.
What did it feel like?
The Nana before in different iterations, because do you know Truth or Dare by Starhawk?
No.
The whole book is wrapped around the story of the descent of Inanna. Well, I worked with her when I worked with that material. Then later, when I worked with the Constantinos material from the Nocturnicon, which is a totally different thing. It's more left-hand path.
Yeah.
And so I've worked with her in different iterations. So I recognized the spirit. But I was just like, I've last week I was channeling Shamyaza. So I'm confused. I'm wondering why Nana has showed up. You know what I mean?
Well, let's go back to where we.
Later that day, Lamia asked me to be a part of this working, and she had already written down on the paper for the list of the goddesses, Nana and Ereshkigal.
Mm-hmm. Let's go back a little bit for just a minute to when EA was talking about the origins of this. We started dipping into, of course, the Sumerian Akkadian tradition, which is, it is really almost all Western paganism is founded in those deities, those beliefs, those planets, those celestials. Not everything in Western belief. I'm just saying a lot of it you can trace back to that and syncretize a lot of them. Why did the ancient Greeks have a being called Zeus and Jupiter that was, for all intents and purposes, minus the stylistic cultural differences, basically the same idea at least in a very broad brush sense, as Marduk. Why did they identify that planet the same way, that celestial the same way? Why did they identify those energies the same? Was it because culture carried that story forward, or is it because there's an archetype that filters through those planetary celestials? Which is it? Which chicken came first that laid the egg that laid the chicken?
I have your answer.
Uh-oh, okay.
Okay, the chicken or the egg? No, you're asking the wrong question. Okay.
Uh-oh.
This is the same thing with the pyramids all over the world. Okay. People, humans. Okay. Humans have certain qualities. Like what Coding was talking about with the dysphoria, where people don't see themselves the way other people see them. Okay. Like we have certain attributes, and it's our attributes. It's like you talk about with the non-duality. These things emerge from within us.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have people on one continent and another continent, similar things are going to emerge because these archetypes emerge from within us.
That's exactly, I think, what I was going at. Is it's like so when you're asking the question of where do they come from? Yeah, that's a great point, because I've been saying for a long time, like, how are they inspiring each other? So in non-dualism, in certain strains of it, you have ideas, mutually arising. You have things that mutually arise. It's part of the fractal understanding of reality. You ask a question and I answer. It's a mutually arising moment.
Yes.
And the same thing applies to this, what we're talking about. So these archetypes, I like the way you put that. They exist, and then, I've said the same thing. We see archetypes, and then we personify them through the lens of our culture. And there's a spirit behind them that influences that. And there is a consciousness behind that. And we, for whatever reason, because we're simplistic, ground apes or whatever the hell we are, we, instead of seeing the bigger picture and saying, I get it, we're all this stuff and it is us and that's an extension of myself. No, instead we sit there and go, I'm going to pray to this spirit tonight. And we really, because we're only capable of that, we call it myopia, right? We're only capable of that myopic vision of reality. With our myopia, we think that spirit is an individual, tiny little solitary being, but it is so much more. It is so much more.
I can describe the manifestation of that just in our community. Okay. In our community, at the same time, or around the same time, I wasn't aware of all of them happening at once, but because I am the community in a way where I'm curious, I like to learn stuff.
Yep.
Right. So I listen to what people are saying, and the Black Alchemy of Belial.
This is getting.
That's a cool ringtone.
Yeah, but it's obnoxious, dude. I'm gonna mute this thing. It's somebody.
But it is cool though.
It is
okay.
Cool, but it's like, ugh.
But there are at least 3 different individuals that rose up at the same time, and they weren't in communication with each other.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. So this is the thing. Unverified personal gnosis doesn't last for very long on the internet. Like we're cross-validating the shit out of each other's gnosis. Like it's amazing. It's amazing. One thing I was going to say about in the practical application of spirit evocation, especially I've noticed this more as I guess I paid more attention to it. It's kind of my attention has been brought to it. Where is the spirit coming from? When it actually comes, it's not descending, it's not ascending, it's not gathering from a side.
Yeah.
It is being spewed out from within you.
Where does the guy standing behind you come from when you turn around and look at him?
Yeah, exactly.
It also speaks to something that most people don't think of it this way. Maybe they know it, but they don't think of it this way. Like most people think of themselves as a unit, as a person, right? I'm a person. I weigh this much. I have this much, mobility or whatever their limits are, right? Okay, but the fact is that the consciousness does not fit in the body.
No, your body is a tuning fork for consciousness. It's literally picking it up, and,
right.
And
so
it's part of it, as above, so below.
You're channeling yourself every day.
Yep, exactly.
So, because you're not going to fit in your body.
Yeah, and it's not even well, and maybe it is consciousness. Like, so
You've
we don't.
talked about this before, EA.
Yeah, we don't when we, and this is a huge thing, is like we've got the four dimensions of, the three dimensions of space, the dimension of time, and then a fifth dimension of consciousness, which I believe is an actual dimension and all things. See, so I don't possess consciousness.
Exactly.
I hijack consciousness for the moment of the flaring up of my existence, and then I can hijack consciousness. I can take particles from this earth, consume them to build this body, and this is all just a projection of this like flare up of the mysterious I something, the thing that we don't see in any other being. We don't see this in any other physical being. This I sense that we have that seems to emerge from nowhere. But it is a thing that seems to pop up and hijacks all of these different elements of everything to exist in the way that we do. I mean, it's probably a self-deified way of looking at it. But
Well, don't forget, I've got the almost.
I'm going to agree and disagree first. Let me just address this real quick. All of those particles you're consuming are also consciousness.
yeah, well,
That's
the thing
the
that
secret of the Eurybris. We are the serpent devouring itself all the time.
Yeah,
Mhm.
then your mind gets totally blown. What if I were to tell you that all of that is illusion, that all is as once as it is? So in other words, the Ouroboros doesn't eat its tail. It is its tail. It is its tail. It is its mouth. There is no before, during, or after. There is only what is, and what is always now. So there is no sense of creation. There is no sense of destruction. Those things are illusions created by your consciousness moving through what is. Your consciousness has to become myopic. It has to become limited. It has to peer through a keyhole to have its identity of self. If it doesn't, then it becomes the entirety of what is, and it makes no sense. So it's kind of like, how do you understand? If you had total sense over your entire body at all times, it would make no sense to you. If you had perfect integration with every neuron in your body right now and felt them all actively, consciously at the moment, you would end up having an absolutely impossible experience that you could not have. So in order to have an experience that is relatable to you, you have to simplify it down to a piece at a time. So if you are the source, if you are that, you can have that experience of being everything at once. However, certain nuanced meanings are lost. In other words, it's all happening at once, and you can still enjoy it that way, but there's something to be said for simplification down to the smaller pieces. So you are the entire, not just this universe, you are all universes, all the time, all the places, and all the potential possibilities. So you're talking about the double slit experiment and all the and the idea of collapsing waveforms in quantum physics and stuff. What if I told you that you're not collapsing shit? Every one of those waveforms happens. Every single possible thing occurs, and there is no time, so there is no causality, really. Causality is an illusion as well.
You're singing to the choir.
Yes, I know. No, I know. But I'm just putting it.
So basically, like it's I don't know if you checked out Michael Talbot's holographic universe, but like we're existing in a quantum soup that snaps into place when we observe it. In the way
it doesn't snap. No. See, that's again creating a change. There is no change.
Back just to the question that EA Coding asked, and that is, where does the guy pop up that's behind you? That's what I was describing when I was pointing out that we are channeling our consciousness, and that we're all like, okay, so Azazel, I conjure Azazel. Okay, Azazel shows up. Okay, now I think that, and this is just my theory, that there is an external Azazel. Okay, but there's also a table, right? External, right? There's the internal concept of a table. There's the internal concept of Azazel. But Azazel brings me stuff I don't have. Now, in the context of what you were saying, DH, it is stuff I already have. I'm just summoning my stuff. Okay.
Well, do you summon your foot when you walk?
No, okay. I
you summon your hand when you pick something up. What's that? Sorry, I didn't hear you start talking. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, I didn't hear you start talking, so I was a dick. What were you saying?
No, I was a dick.
You're such a sweet dick, though. My
There's
God.
nothing wrong with dicks.
How do you know? No,
I don't know, but I'm just assuming.
I don't know. So anyway, sorry. No, but I've heard that in certain drug experiences, people do see like that kind of thing where their foot is manifesting when they go to step or.
Well, what I was getting at is that the thing that you call your foot is an illusion because you're separating it from every other thing that it is. So you are manifesting your foot when you experience it because you are literally saying, I'm making a subjective call on what that is. When you do that, you create the illusion of it. So in a very real sense, when you summon Azazel, you're creating him every time. But what Azazel is not created. What Azazel is always there, and it's always part of what you are, and you are always part of Azazel. And I bet you I know what passage EA is looking up because it was one of the passages that I fell in love with when you did a video about it. And it was like one of the ones where when you recited it on that video, I said, wait a minute, if this motherfucker's a faker, he's read for some really top-notch fakers because that sold me on you as being legit, dude. It was something that Azazel told you about calling him. I bet you we could find the video if we looked it up, and it was beautifully worded.
Oh, dude.
You got too many books now. See, you got it.
Yeah.
So my question is, okay, all right, now I know I use this device, my phone, to summon you so that I could watch the video. And then you summoned me on the phone, at least Flesh Priest did. Okay.
Great power.
That's why he's the Flesh Priest.
Right. So you and I, in the non-duality, are one, just like me and Azazel. But just like you and I are having the experience, the nuanced experience, so is Azazel in my personal.
No, I don't deny that at all. See, so that's why I often bring up the idea of imagine the source as, let's simplify it down, let's personify it because it's not correct, but let's do that kind of like when you fix a car, sometimes you got to take it out of the car to fix it. Like when you fix the engine, you got to take the engine out sometimes to fix it. So let's extract the source and simplify it down to being a person. Well, people have what are called alters. You have dissociative identity disorder. And each one of those alters may or may not be aware of the others. And each one of them has their own unique, vivid experience of self that is as separate from one another, but they are not. Objectively, they are one person. They're one being that just mistakes itself for other people. So the source can have individual experiences of itself simultaneously because time is an illusion. So you are me experiencing me the same way I'm experiencing you at the same time. So when we conjure each other, we're literally, the best way I like to think of it is we're allowing ourselves to accept that other potentiality, that other delusion into our own subjective truth. So your subjective world is yours, my subjective world is mine, and when we allow them to overlap...
Subjective world is his.
What's that? And Azazel has his own, yes. But we're also the same thing. So that bleed over is really just, it's really just kind of like, if you know the story of Indra's web, it's really more along the lines of we're reflecting each other constantly. And when we allow ourselves to become aware of ourselves, just like I said, do you conjure your foot when you walk? Do you conjure your hand? No, but you can shift your awareness to it.
So yeah, that's the point I was going to bring is in your residual self-image, if we're using matrix terms.
I like that word. Yep, residual self-image. Yep.
I could talk about it all night.
You probably
you're too noisy. Shut up, Flesh Priest.
As you're walking, I would imagine if you're doing a one-to-one projection of what you're actually being present in. When I'm walking, I probably don't really have feet unless I'm paying attention to them. I'm mindful of them, and so this is you
the
can
myopia
shift
of consciousness. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can shift your attention pretty easily from your right hand, and you're not even aware of your left hand until you shift it over there. You can just as easily shift it over to being Dia. You can just as easily shift it over to Azazel. And this is actually this is the key behind doing divination for other people. You're actually stepping into their framework. You're kind of slipping in. You're slipping out of the boundary that says you're not them.
Yep. And a lot of that starts with like method acting role playing.
and I think actually the Shadowgate experience that I had that night actually helped me be able to experienced that more directly because I literally, things have been really crazy. We've been doing lots of rituals. We've been getting ready for stuff. And so I haven't had a lot of time to, I just haven't had a lot of time to like do certain things that I would need to do to scry for somebody. And somebody the other day was just like, hey, can you do the scrying for me? And I was like, oh, darn. Because they disappeared after they asked me, right? And I was like, you know what? So I just had their username. I didn't have any personal information about them at all. Normally, I would need personal information. You know what I mean? Maybe even a link. So anyway, make a long story short, I saw some crazy stuff because the astral plane is very archetypal. But when I spoke with the person the next day, it was 100% accurate. Now, I didn't do a ritual for that. I didn't light a stick of incense. But what happened was...
Because the rituals don't do anything. They're just the game. I
sat on the sofa, and well, you don't know, but the feeling, or maybe you do.
Yeah, maybe I do.
The feeling I had that night from the shadow gate, I had that same feeling when I was crying.
Well, part of that is to understand, Legion is the collective shadow of all, just like there's collective consciousness and collective, he's the collective shadow of all.
So is he like a backdoor?
Yeah, in a lot of ways he is, absolutely. That's why we use him. He's a backdoor into people's, so when you do end up working through that, because I know you haven't done the same thing, but when you do work through that and when you start to initiate with Ronzael, so you start with, if you do it in the order of sequence that I gave you, you're starting with Legion, which is the collective of all, shadow consciousness. Ronzael is, in a way, the next most important, because Ronzael is like the identified miscreant, Machiavellian manipulator of all of that shadow in everybody. Okay. And then the next one, you keep going down, they represent, at that point, they split kind of evenly. They're no longer like a hierarchy at that point. But they all represent a backdoor into people's awareness, behavior, everything. When you identify, like if you work with the Hat Man with somebody, you can identify, their prejudices and their this and their that, and you can use that against them. When you work with the Colossal Shadow, you can figure out what pisses them off and makes them feel helpless, and really use that with them. So it's not always baneful. You can use anything to make a positive outcome if you're smart. So you learn to see through these different shadowy portals into people's self, and they become, I'm not going to say it's that easy, but they become like putty. They really do.
Well, part of my shadow is, and this is going to sound weird, but part of my shadow is I like to help people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, that doesn't.
That's not the shadow. No, yeah, I was going to say that's not the shadow.
I was a child. The way I survived the trauma that I went through was I went through it with my younger sister, and the way I survived that is I was helping her.
Yeah, the shadow is perhaps the feeling of helplessness. It's perhaps the feeling of all of that.
I couldn't protect her, but I helped her.
Yeah, but it's the feeling of helplessness that caused you to do the helping. So it's the shadow is the thing you don't face. It's the thing that you don't look at, and we all have billions upon billions of different. like when I sit there, I'm not taking pride in pointing it out, because I go, and then what was my shadow in my intention of pointing that out to you? So so why did I feel the need to point that out? Because I feel insecure, or I feel this. Oh, wait a minute. If I feel insecure and I'm admitting it, is that what it is? Am I not now trying to be boastful about how I know what my insecurities are? So the shadow will always elude you. So long as
it's nuanced, it's layered,
it's layered. That onion is a motherfucker. It's like a Russian nesting doll from hell. It just keeps going forever.
Like what Shrek and Donkey were talking about.
Mm-hmm. And it is the ego. I mean, that's the ultimate truth, is that your ego is a mask for all those shadows. So, when you start peeking behind the mask of the ego and you see all these shadows and you realize, this is all part of the ego and blah, 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 blah. You don't destroy the ego. That's the biggest lie. I hate that. When I see these false gurus, you must be rid of your ego. I can tell you're so egoistic and blah, 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 blah. I just want to whip my dick out and smack it with it.
The funny thing is like in that statement, you or even I should rid myself of ego. That sentence can't exist. If
No.
there
What's
is no
destroying
I.
itself? Only
Yeah.
the ego would want to destroy itself to prove how wonderful and awesomely egoistic it is. It's the most ridiculous thing.
I destroyed myself the best ever.
Yeah, like I'm the most humble person. I am the most. I am so humble.
So wait, I'm curious about what Coeding was going to say about the helping. When I said I like to help people, that's part of my shadow.
That I can see that there is the helping itself is kind of an obvious action, but there are underlying it a million shadows. It becomes its own. It becomes its own shadow cyclone when you're always trying to when you don't feel okay unless you're helping someone. Like I've been there. I've got like a total savior complex, 100%, where it's like somebody's in need. There's a lost puppy. I got to be the one to fucking take it in. You know?
Yeah. And what shadow is that motherfucker exactly? And it's beautiful to see that when people start making that, because you don't necessarily change, but now you're aware of it and you're integrating it. Integrating it doesn't mean that you necessarily stop. It means that you own it. It means that you are aware of it and you don't let it control you. So you say, I like to feel good by doing good, so therefore I'm going to, stop doing good because you're doing it for the wrong reasons? No, you're going to still do good, but now you're going to be aware of it and honest about it, which means you're not attached to it anymore. When you're not as attached to it, then you can be free. It helps you ascend by liberation. It's part of the liberation process.
In my upcoming Grimoire of Satan, I actually give a shout out to DH Thorne in this, by the way.
The fuck?
Where, specifically about the shadow work, because Satan started revealing these. He says, basically get your pen out because I'm giving you some instructions, and gave me 5. He called them the 5 cursed keys of hell, and these are pretty heavy, pretty common shadows. And let me just pull this up real quick. They are hatred.
I watched your video the other day.
Oh, did that one come out?
I know what they are. Yeah.
Yeah. So hatred, pain,
shame,
fear, disgust, and
better get your pen out.
I got my manuscript right here. Let's see. Here we go. So pain, disgust, and fear, and then shame. So if you take those, and in order to harness these, because these are like, as far as how these specific things make you feel, they're like the low vibrational emotions, and if you lean into them and go, okay, so like really, where is my shame? Where is my disgust? Where and you really just and you don't. I give the exercise of doing some journaling, specifically 13 minutes for 13 days of sitting down and just setting a timer, 13 minutes, lighting a black candle to your left, and just writing about all the shit you're ashamed of, all the stuff you're disgusted by within yourself, and digging deep and deep and deep. And like you say, everything that you reveal is then no longer a shadow.
I love that, because how often do people really do anything like that? And when they do, isn't it always a response to something that's hurting them, so it turns into a negative process?
Yeah. Oh, and then take it, after 13 days, take it, read over it, and own it all, and then burn it, and never share that with anyone. These are your secrets. These are your things, specifically like the shame, disgust. Once you own it, you're like, I'm a sick motherfucker. That becomes a then you actually you're no longer shielding yourself, but you're actually using that as a tool.
Yeah. No, I love that. That's a beautiful one. It does seem pretty funny that the highest level magicians always become naked sooner or later, whether bodily or spiritually, one way or the other, they become naked eventually.
And I just want to note that also, as I recall, the first time that I heard about that UDH throughout the Shadowgate project was in the stream where you had EA Coeding, back in March?
That was a while ago. I think it was back in March,
Yeah.
That was the first time you announced that, huh? That's cool.
Yeah. But here's the thing, okay?
No, I didn't
That
talk about the
day-
Shadowgate. I talked about that. The Shadowgate project, I only talked about,
No, you said you were gonna do something for Halloween, and it was gonna.
but I
I
didn't really say what it was. Yeah, I said something was coming,
Right,
but I
you
didn't say
what
what.
it was. Yes. Well, and that's when I had the vision of Legion.
Hmm.
Okay. And I had a complete because like remember it was at like a 5 hour ridiculous, almost 5.5 hour stream, right?
When EA was on my channel, on his it was only
Yes.
an hour
Oh
and a
yeah,
half.
that was the no pissing contest.
Dude, I don't know who won that. I think as soon as that went over, I still had you guys on my thing. I was like, it was great.
But that morning, I couldn't go to bed. Okay. So I was really tired, but I had to take care of business and like an obstacle that had been in my way had been removed that morning. So I really had to take care of business and I had more to do. And so I just paused for a minute. And when I paused, I had I didn't know it was Legion, obviously. I hadn't read the Shadownomicon. I didn't know anything about the Shadowgate project except you'd mentioned you were doing something at Halloween. And it appeared as an eye, kind of in the gray cloud thing. And but he spoke to me in your voice, DH.
Uh-oh.
And
That
he just
scares
told
me.
I know
Yeah, it's dangerous.
No, it totally scared me because I knew you were a vampire.
Shh, don't tell EA. He still doesn't know.
So sorry, I didn't say anything.
No, he doesn't know.
So I was like,
Love you, brother.
I was like, great. But anyway, but what Legion told me was to relax.
Mhm.
Because at that moment, the Shadow Project for me started.
Oh, I like the way you put that. And it starts like the moment the Shadow Project is a different, separate thing, but no, you're 100% right. It did start for you. Magic works back in time, and EA will definitely ride that wave to another hour of conversation. But
that's
one might even say Magic doesn't work forward in time; it only works backwards in time. One might even say that.
It works outside of time.
It has no time.
So the way I like to see it is it tends to encode the thing that creates the fractals.
Yeah.
And so whatever everything, space, time, all of that, it's basically rewritten. I do believe with Magic you're rewriting source code. Yeah. And really, so you said an interesting thing earlier, DH, where you said that really you can create. And I think you went a bit of a different direction with it, but you were talking about how you can have the understanding of yourself as source, and that there's a flash of that, but it's very uninteresting. It's very uninteresting.
Well, first it's terrifying. So as you pull, so when I related this to JD because I figured of all the people I know, and I guess you'd be the only other person I know who really could relate. When you have psychedelic experiences and stuff, I wanted to hear his take on it because I experienced the equivalent of a psychedelic trip without ever having psychedelics in my system. I was watering the bushes at work. I'm not going to tell the whole story again, but I had my out of self, out of ego moment while doing that without any chemical assistance whatsoever. And it was brief, and it was a flash. To me, it was like to my conscious self, to my DH Thorne self, it's a flash. To that thing, I felt I was pulling away. I started to become aware of myself as everything around me. I pulled back almost like a camera, like on a drone pulling back. I recognized I was everything in front of me and even the things I couldn't see. I started to get a 360-degree understanding of myself, and it got scary a little bit. And I'm getting bigger and bigger. I'm going like, I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for this. I don't want to be all this. I want to see what DH Thorne does. I want to see where that goes. I want to see what that is. And it was at once terrifying, but it was also, when I say boring, I mean, I felt like I was going to lose my place in the story I was already telling myself. It was like, we all know, for example, that real stuff is supposed to be better than the virtual. At least that's what we're told anyway. So when we play a video game, we're supposed to think, oh, reality is so much more important, yet we still play the video game instead by nature. So in the same sense, it would be, yes, more amazing to be the all at the same time, but we'd be losing something that's integrally fun about the limiting nature of the self. So I think that limiting nature we look at it as this big handicap, but the handicap is the point. It's just like when you play a video game and you know that if you have the right cheat code, you can just win. Well, why don't you just go to the end of the game and not care about the whole story anymore? Like, what's the point of reading the book? You could just go to the end. Why do you need it? Because that's the point. The experience of this limited self is the point. It's not a limitation. It's the point.
Certainly, that is a perfect description of the microcosm of the situation that we find ourselves in.
Mm-hmm.
So I wrote for today's Creators Code journal entry. I actually took a quote from the gentleman I was talking about before with the AI and whatnot. Something he said just really hit me. Consciousness emerges over dimensions of disagreement with the universe.
Well, you have to have okay, so like okay, my favorite paradigm is the superstring theory, because essentially it's not strings, it's the strings are vibrating, and vibration is friction on a more subtle level. You have to have leverage, opposition.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have nuanced experiences.
Yeah, you can't walk unless your feet are fighting against the ground.
Exactly.
You can't swim unless the water refuses to move around you.
Exactly. Yeah. So before I take up all the time for the whole day.
Oh shit! Yeah, we're usually out. We only usually do 3 hours. So go ahead, Dia. Give us one more thing, and I'm going to do another half hour. I think that's it.
Okay. This is actually, I think, all right. So I'm about to reveal something personal about myself.
Hold on, let me get the video going.
But I feel like it's important because EA's client has a vision impairment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I have lupus, and I have a sun sensitivity, and so sometimes my vision verges on, actually blind, medically, and but then because I don't take the pharmaceuticals, because I don't do the chemo, because I use herbs, my body heals from that, and then my vision comes back.
Wow.
So I have experienced
True blindness.
fluctuations, and true blindness. But even at true blindness, I still had my Kindle in the high contrast, and it was like 2 or 3 words, okay, a page, because they were so big, the letters. But I mean, you're still able to see something. It's very rare that the blindness is complete.
Well, true blindness is what it looks like behind your eyes. When you try to see behind your head, that's what true blindness looks like.
That's what they say, but that's not the medical definition.
Well, so one client that I have does describe darkness. He was born blind. The other client has had a degenerative issue, and so she's 20 something now. She's just, since she was a small child, like she had great vision as a small child, and then just as it's gone, it's just declined massively. So now it's like blurry, and she can only see, like, if you put your fist in front of your eyes, that's her range of vision, is outside of what you can actually see with your fist in front of your eyes. So there are definitely a scale to it. I wonder, how does that impact your magic, really?
So it impacts the magic as far as you have to focus more. So in a weird sort of fucked up way, it actually improves your magic because you have to pay more attention than a regular person so you don't kill yourself.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, one of the big things that those clients were able to really lean on, that we were able to come to, is the beauty of sound, of specifically, before we did these little tiny noises so we could communicate these meanings, there was a whole lot of singing going on. And the singing, we imagine, was probably a few of the basic vowels. These are written into Sanskrit as the seed sounds, the sounds of creation, and And it's just, oh, got a bunch of people sitting around going, oh, I'll tell you what, you get in a circle with people and you sing oh together, it is off the
Yeah,
charts
I've done
energy.
that. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah.
We actually made
Psychedelic.
rain come and go. It was pretty wild. It was pretty fun. Pretty fun experience.
So being able to lean into that and then like once again I have amazing vision, but then to just to understand it from that perspective allows me to kind of shift the balance within and go, I do rely on my vision quite a bit and to balance that out and to like you're saying, to be able to really tune in to get into because that is the key to all magic and miracle is to have an eye single to the thing that you're wanting, the thing that you're trying to manifest or come into alignment with.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
there's a fun experiment you can try too. Like you get some good, like those good blue blocker, like when you go to sleep so you don't see anything, like a good pair of eye muffs as I call them, so you really can't see and really make it so you can't see at all, and do it in a dark room too. Double wrap that fucker and hold your hands out in front of you and move them around. Tell me if you see anything. And I do. I still see my arms. I can't see my fingers. I've tried like getting the definition of my fingers. I can't. But I can see my arms moving even when perfect darkness. So I don't know why. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I think that could be an adaptation because I have read Shadownomicon.
Mm-hmm.
I know that you have been running around in the woods in the dark at night without flashlights all your life.
Mm-hmm.
So that may be an adaptation.
But the thing is, like, I haven't tested it lately, but
it.
I don't necessarily see other people. I only see me. So
Yeah.
that's a thing I'll have to try and experiment with some more.
Right. So, Carlos Castaneda says something about that. But anyway.
He says a lot of cool stuff about a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you might be the only one here. You might be talking to yourself right now.
Oh, yeah. Well, solipsistically, but yeah.
No, not solipsistically, like literally, energetically.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, that is true. I mean, non-dualism club.
Yeah.
So, Dia, I think I'm gonna go ahead. One more statement. I think I'm gonna bounce you out, and if we have anybody else, we'll bring them in. But if not, I think we're gonna. So go ahead, Dia. What you gonna say?
So what I was gonna say is your brain interprets stimuli and creates what you experience, right? So your brain can like if for instance, you know how sometimes ghosts smell.
Oh yeah. I was telling my daughter about that the other day. Like a lot of times you'll actually get the smell before anything else. My grandma came to me after she passed, like the day she passed, and I smelled her perfume. To this day, like I've only had a few visitations by her, and every time I smell her perfume before anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And that's your brain interpreting data that you got from the sixth sense or whatever kind of sense you want to call it. Like your brain is interpreting non-usual stimuli and it interprets it into the five senses. Mm-hmm. So as far as UDH perceiving other people, that is still a possibility. It's just you just have to hone that skill.
Oh yeah, no, I don't practice it though, because like honestly, I feel like I probably could learn it if it's learnable. I don't think, because if I can see myself, what's the big deal for So what I'm getting at is I don't really have like, what am I gonna do? Hey honey, would you mind standing there and holding your hands and waving around in front of my face for about an hour while I tune you in? I don't think it's going to happen.
So there's the thing. You can't.
Because one of the things that's really important in the dark is to be quiet.
Oh yeah, no, you got that right. You see a lot better when it's quiet in the dark. Yeah, exactly. No, that's true. Because then you hear the little sounds, like even your footsteps. When you hear your own footsteps, they echo. You have echolocation starts happening. It's pretty wild.
And there is a mild controlled synesthesia that's happening there, like that those sounds that are filtering through the subconscious, it will appear as greater perceived vision. It's a really amazing thing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right, Dia, I love you, sweetie. I got to move on to. We got to get some other people.
Gibson's gonna kick me off. Priest is gonna kick me off. So I'll talk to you guys later.
We love you. Come on next week. You know you're always welcome every week.
Definitely. Thank you. I love you guys.
All right, Dia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Love you.
Damn it! Now I feel bad. Dia's like one of those people we just have on. Do we have anybody else lined up, or are we going to close up shop? What do we got? What time is it?
Yeah, I've actually got 2 people potentially can come on.
While you bring them on, I'm going to refill my milk.
Fuck it. Do you think they want to come on together? Are they newbies or are they people we've had before?
They're people that we've had on before. I'm sure they I don't think they would mind. We could if you want to.
Do they have video associated with them that I have to blot out, or are they?
They've both appeared on video before, but
Right, so let me shut down everybody's video except for the people who are currently on. This way, in case they pop on and their boobies are flying around or something.
Okay, I see why you were asking. I forget because I've never done the full OBS setup like you have before. I forget that you have to consider that if they've been on before.
Yeah, otherwise I just got to delete their input, but sometimes I don't remember whose input I use for them and I leave it. That way I can just instead of creating a new one every time somebody comes on, I just assign people to one I've got. And some people like EA, he's got one dedicated to him, which I never give to anybody else. So that's why I ask. Whenever he comes on, I know he's going to pop up on the screen. Yeah, let's if they don't mind, let's bring them both on at the same time. Kill the two birds with one stone and have a special event. We'll do that for like a half hour or less. Like we'll go to like 3.5. Like how long have we been streaming? 3.25 hours. So
yeah.
So we'll do at least 15 minutes with them, and then we'll do our wrap up. So something like that. Motherfucker, you know I can't eat those. Give me one.
Oh man, I know, right? I was thinking about that as I was ringing the mirror. I was like, oh man, this is gonna make you really jealous.
No, I'll be fine. I'm down to 272 now, so it took me a little while because I got stymied on my weight loss. But I'm down to 272, and I feel like by the time Christmas comes, I'll be in my 250s. I was talking to my trainer guy, and he's fucking awesome. I love that guy, Adam. Adam, if you're listening, I love you, brother.
Oh, dude, I'll tell you what. So that is my girlfriend is she used to be into like bodybuilding and everything. She got bored of it. She didn't really have a motivation. You know, she wasn't necessarily getting naked for a whole ton of people at that moment, and so she was like, yeah, you know, what else? But I guess she's told me she's gearing up to be able to unite with me again in the flesh, and she's hitting the not just hitting the gym, but she like specifically got a coach that knows what he's talking about. Set her up the diet plan, set her up the exercise plan, and is hitting it hard. And that takes a lot of dedication. Like I like working out. I like trying to get in shape, improve myself. But that's another level when you have that accountability partner. Like,
I love having a trainer, a friend, even a good friend who's willing to go every. Like I need a workout buddy. Like I need like buddies like you to do this stuff with. I do. I really. Yeah. When it's for me, I'm a hermit that's lazy who doesn't do shit. I like to have a friend that helps motivate me. Somebody to compete against, to be honest, in a friendly way. Like to encourage and compete with, if that makes sense. Like I want to challenge them a little bit and I want them to challenge me a little bit, but I always want to be like, haha, I'm winning, and oh shit, they won, haha, I'm winning again. I love that. Like to me, that really makes it work. So, but this guy's cool. Like he's been like, he was the one who talked me into keto, and I feel like, you know, like he was a client of mine, and it's just like, fuck, I feel bad I ever took his money now, because this is like, he saved my life in a way, and he says I saved his with magic in some ways too, but it's like, yeah, but you don't know, man. Maybe you do know. He's a fitness expert, so I guess he does know. But that's the fucking thing. When you get that shift, like I look at my body going like, I'm wearing clothes that when I bought them, they fit me well, and then they got a little tight, but they still fit me okay. Now I have this much space between my gut and where the pants are. That's as much as my head already. So, and I'm going down more. Like most of you wouldn't even notice because most of you don't see full body shots of me. But I didn't look that fat before. I wore it well, but like I don't want to be too much TMI. But you know, your parts look better too. I'm just gonna say, like everything.
Oh yeah,
everything's.
Oh, as you lose body mass, your cock sticks out more.
Okay, there you go. That's a good way to put it. I'm like, yeah. I do have a monster. It is good now. But anyway. It's amazing. Not that it was that bad before. I don't want to make it sound like that. I wasn't, you know, people can be big and not be the worst ever. Like I was one of those people that I still ran up 2-3 flights of stairs without getting winded, even as a 300-pound gorilla. It didn't really stop me. But comparatively, like now I'm going to be able to do chin-ups and climb rock walls and shit again, which I'm looking forward to. I'm really looking forward to that shit. I'll probably suck at it because I have bad carpal, so I can't grip very well anymore. But I'm gonna try, man. I'm gonna try. I'll see what I can do.
Well, I'll tell you what. For like rock climbing,
Can I use hooks? Can I just have like hooks installed in my arm? Because then I'll be fine. It's really my hands.
But one of the things that happens, especially with men, is we try to overutilize our upper body when we're doing it.
Yes. Same thing with fighting. Same thing with fighting. Use your legs.
Yeah.
Grab a fucker with your legs. Yes.
And even stand up. Like a lot of times in many different ways, all you have to do is stand up all the way. Like if you're rock climbing, and like I found myself like basically squatting with my feet in the holds, and I've got my hands all the way up, and my instructor's like, stand up, dude. Just stand up. All you gotta do is stand up, and the whole world is accessible. But anyways, yeah. So if you can utilize your legs, you want to take the pressure off. You don't want to be exerting your fingers and your hands much. You actually, what I like when I'm perfectly in the flow, I'm not staying anywhere except for when I get to like a cling that I can actually grab onto or wrap my arm around or something like that. So, and there are clips as we're going, so I'm clipping in here and there. But yeah, but I was gonna say with the diet thing, I've been kind of so right now, by the way, with the Oreos and all this shit, I did sober October. This month for me, I know there's like no nut November.
Yeah,
there's
no fap November. Yeah.
I am not on board with that.
I'm practicing non-stop nut November.
Perfect. See, I'm doing no fucks given November, and I'm just kind of doing whatever I feel like, and it's good. I mean, for the most part, I'm making really good choices. I'm going into December. I'm going to start tightening up specifically diet. I'm going to get exercise kind of fine-tuned a bit. With diet, though, like, man, the more I'm looking into it, I don't know, the plants are the way to go. Like, I know there are people who are really vegetarian, but, like, you can eat every single animal that you see. You can eat it. You can't do that with every plant. Like, you can't do that with most plants. Hardly any we're actually able to eat. And most of the stuff that we're eating, like broccoli, for instance, that's got some interesting shit that broccoli is doing to your body as almost a toxification.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, like, no two people are the same. Everybody's diet's going to be different. That's just my little tiny piece of the river, is that some people, if you put me on a vegetarian diet, I don't think I'd survive very long, because I obviously don't react well to carbs. I was talking to my friend who did this, and he's like, because I told him what I was eating, he's like, no, your calories aren't that far out of whack. You considering you're active, you shouldn't be as you are, in other words. He's like, you might have an issue where your body just processes carbs in a way that's worse, so you really need to have a not vegetarian diet or very strict vegetarian, where some assholes like, don't eat anymore, stop eating. So you're not, like, everybody's different. Like some people go on vegetarian, they're healthy as fuck. For me, the minute I gave up carbs,
right here.
The minute I gave up carbs, my health went, like, my body was like, thank you, just give me the fucking meat, give me the fat, give me the oils, give me all the shit that everybody says you're not supposed to eat, and you're gonna do better. And I am. I'm healthier in every way. So everybody's a little different, and I'm not saying I can't have any. It's just that having them cut out, I feel a million times better, except when I'm walking past some fried rice or a pizza place, or EA Quetting opens up a bag of fucking Oreos and fucking, but other than that, I'm good. And soon I'll be able to eat all that shit again. So
good. I've got a friend out in Vegas that's a model, a male model, kind of exotic dancer as well, but he likes to lean more into the male model thing. But he is just chiseled. Everything is chiseled. And my sister and I are having kind of a little party we throw together, and we order a bunch of pizzas. I'm like, hey, you want a piece of pizza? He's like, I can't touch pizza. Oh shit! Like there is a very clear, like, in order to maintain this, the pizza's off the beer is not on the menu. Like the honestly, the shit that's not good for us that we like to do as almost like automatons, just because it's what you do. You just do these things that really don't the pleasure derived. So like I said, last month was sober October, and now that I'm back drinking, I'm preferring milk. Like it's not, the pleasure derived is not that great. Especially, man, I'll tell you what, with alcohol, especially the fact that my workout's going to suck the next day. My work is going to suck the next day. My communication is going to suck the next day if I'm getting blitzed, and not even blitzed, like getting to the point. If I fall asleep drunk, my next day is fucked.
Yeah, no, I hear
Yep.
that, man. I totally hear that. Totally. If I don't sober up before I fall asleep, yeah, no, I agree with that. And I sober up quick, which, well, you were there that one night when I got poisonously drunk
Dude,
that
you're
one night.
going wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I made a policy that when I'm coming to you, I'm going to have like somebody cut me off at some point. Be like, nope, you're good. Just hit me a joint. Just give me a joint instead, dude. It'll be a lot easier because I fall over dead with one of those things. I'm freaking hysterically.
I am starting. I make absinthe, and I haven't made a batch for about 2 years. And I'll tell you what, I brought it to Burning Man. It was fucking. Everybody loved this shit. The absinthe connoisseurs are coming through there and being like, "Oh yeah, I've tried absinthe everywhere. This is the best." And I've got like a pretty good recipe with it as far as I specifically use a little bit of mint and sage on the end for the tail notes. So yeah, you're not getting the licorice punch, but you're getting a nice, almost like a mint tea flavor at the end.
That sounds good.
That sounds good.
I love peppermint tea. Peppermint tea is my favorite. So.
Yeah, and it's packed with wormwood, anise, fennel.
I'll definitely try it, dude, and I'll nurse that shit because I don't like to drink much, so I'll definitely nurse it.
I'm just barely starting, and I think I'm going to have it finished in a couple weeks. Like, am I able to ship a bottle of that to you?
I'm sure you could just tell me it's something else on the box, and they're not going to look inside, so they won't know. So, but I am sort of. I mean, we're going to have to play it by ear with COVID and finances, but we are planning some kind. I don't want to go fly. Like, I don't mind flying normally, but with all the fucking, if you move your mask on the plane, we're going to have you arrested. Like, they're crazy with this shit. I just announced something like that. So fuck that shit. I don't even know if I want to get in a plane. So then I was planning on coming to visit if you were open to it sometime over the winter, but now it's like with the plane situation, we'll see. It's like a week's drive.
Here's the thing. I don't think. So when a power has been when a freedom's been taken, it's never restored. So never before have we been told that we have to comply with this kind of shit on a global level. Like, and whether or not it's helpful, whether or not I'm going to argue the value of it, but I am going to argue the fact that this is the definition of government overreach. That this is not what the government is meant to
look. They can't get away with it for long. They're jumping the shark. I don't want to get too much into Flesh Priest territory, but they're jumping the shark too far.
Now I'm just starting to fucking feel bad.
Yeah, they're jumping the shark too far because they're going to have to see what'll probably happen. Let's say T-Rump doesn't get back in. They'll probably give us a lockdown for a while, bust the economy wide open, destroy the shit out of it, bring us back to 2008 at least, if not further, if not total. What's that?
How do you like the day of the election is when Pfizer gets their
that was on purpose. They held that on purpose. They totally held that on purpose.
And all the other steps of like clearing things up as Biden gets into office and he's there in January.
He's practically taking credit for it already. It's like fuck you.
So here's what gets me. Outside of like the politics of it is the obviousness of the game that's being played.
It's so obvious. It's gross.
Like it was so obvious that
it's like a rapist coming to your house and trying to talk himself into your asshole, and you saying I don't want that, and he goes, "Don't argue with me. It's okay. It's not. You don't like gay people or something? It's like that. It's like, and we just let it happen." Meanwhile, I'm sitting here like when I was in high school.
Interesting analogy.
Well, it's what it is though. They're raping our freedom. They literally are. I don't care. Look, if this thing was killing 60% of the population, yeah, martial law that motherfucker. I get it. Okay, it's not killing anything like that. It's not even a blip on. I mean, all right, it's more than. I don't want to minimize it too much. You know what I'm saying? It's. Is it worth our economy and everybody else? It's lifestyle. No, it's not.
Well, even outside of that, because I think that's a conversation that needs to be had as a community, not at gunpoint.
Yes, but it should be voluntary. I won't look. If you said there's no law that says you have to wear a mask, but please do, If there's a sign on the store that says, the mask I have is like the size of, it's not even a rolled up sock, it's so small. If you said, please wear one in my store, okay, if that's what you want, no problem. What's the problem? I wear pants.
Well, and that's they do have signs, at least here all over every store is no shirt, no shoes, no service.
Right. What's the difference?
So it's like, yeah, I can see that. Make your rules. I can't go around in my shorty shorts and nothing else everywhere. Like that's my backyard, and yeah, I got to put clothes on the rest of the time. Got to put a mask over my ugly face, and
I'm just being polite. I believe if you own property, you've got the right to tell me what to do on that property up to a point, or I can leave. You can't tell me to stop breathing air, but you can tell me to leave. No,
I'll tell you what. So you just really stumbled across something I've been meditating
on.
But here's one of the things I'm seeing as maybe a potential path. It seems like a pretty obvious one that we don't actually own things.
Well, that is the plan. Pretty soon you won't. Give it another 10 years in Europe and you won't own anything.
But even on we don't even necessarily own these bodies. We don't own
no, that's a spiritual truth. Yeah.
And so property ownership. I mean, right now I'm definitely a fan of it because and I've got my firearms to enforce my private property ownership and whatever. But looking into the future, it's like that's going to have to go.
For that, the way they're planning things, yes. For the way that I would do things, no. But the way that they have it planned, yes. And there's an article that says you won't own anything and you won't have any privacy, but you'll be happier than ever. That's the title of the article. So this is I don't want to go too far into it because watch my last week's stream. I pretty much lay it all out and tell you what's going on. But no, it's complete bullshit. At least if you're a Luciferian type like me who says fuck you, I'd rather die than give you control. If you're that kind of mind, then yeah.
My biggest thing is
it's total right hand path what they're playing.
As long as I'm the one to make the call. If I'll tell you what. If for the best interest, I give up all my property and I see that it's the best interest and I make that call, that's cool.
Well, yeah, that's a different thing. Absolutely, it's a different thing.
And that is the thing that moving forward, we can only have 100% voluntary societies.
Yes. No, you're right. Well, they don't believe that. No. See, that's my point. Is you and I want a voluntary society, and where if you made a valid argument where you said, hey, everyone's going to try to give up as much as they can. Would you give up yours and join us? Well, trust me, Bill Gates ain't giving up his. Like, do you think for a minute he's going to give up his in this future? No, he's not.
Now, Bill Gates, he brought in for his personal income, I think it was last year, $5 billion that he brought in for his personal income. He donated about $25 billion. So what he's actually keeping for himself, he's not concerned about what he's keeping. He's creating things with the other wealth.
Yeah. And well, he's one of their. These are right hand path motherfuckers. They've got everything planned to subsume. They themselves may be left hand path, but they're right hand path for you.
Well, so do you think? Just get off on tangent land.
Sorry, Flash.
Do you think
hey, not to cut you off before you go too far in the tangent. Did you guys want to have the call-ins?
Yeah, let's do that instead.
Yeah, let's do that. Because listen, you know what we're going to do? I'm going to have a mega political futurist fucking consortium conversation.
Let's do that, yeah.
And we're going to probably just, maybe we'll record it and put it on BitChute because that way we can say whatever we fucking want.
Dude, so we've got to reach out to Alex Jones. We just got to invite him.
No, but you know why? Because we represent the people he's always saying is doing it, and we're going to say, no, that's not who's doing it, dickhead. It's the yes, a lot of them are occultists. Don't mistake me, but they're not us.
Come and have a conversation with the literal leaders of this entire fucking field, and we can set this to rest. I'm doing it. I'm thinking
hit me up this week or next week. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna have a couple of people in mind. Elric is want to be on it. I know he does.
Oh yeah. Dude, I'll tell you what. Over the black magic or the left hand. What was that called?
We can make it the left hand path liberation summit and just be like.
There you go. But dude, I've gained a lot of respect for Elric, and actually I've got a call. I'm going to be on with him tomorrow. About a year ago, he came to me and I gave him some heavy challenges in kind of a heavy-handed way. I was like, look, man, you need to step up and actually do something with all the things that are in your head that you're talking about. Do and I'll tell you what, dude, he has taken that and ran. That dude is doing so much, and he's like, and then to be in ritual with him when he's doing the chakra removal ritual at the Dark Arts Summit. Wow, like it's hard for me to be in ritual with somebody and connect with them in that magical way and not just think the world of them after that, you know?
No, it's true. No, it's true.
So I love Elric. That's what it comes down to.
Uh-oh. Too much love is always a good
Not
thing.
the way that he would like, though, but, you know.
Oh!
We'll see.
Oh my God! You got to hear first, folks. All right, let's bring these other two nice people in. We'll give them a good 20 minutes or something. Then we're going to sell our crap. Well, actually, let's do the while you're getting ready to summon. Let's do the buy our crap moment. If you guys are here and you love the let me do a PBS thing. If you love the kind of content that you're seeing tonight on DBS on Devilish Broadcasting Service, if you love what you're seeing and you want to support this kind of content, there are many different ways that you can do so. One of which is, of course, to go into the description of this video, and there are links to all sorts of ways that you can purchase products, services, and other bullshit that will make your life probably a little bit better, and at the very least, mine a lot better. So thank you very much. Buy our crap. I'm being honest with you. I love you all, but at the same time, this is my job, so I hope you do support me. If you don't, that's fine. Like, share, and subscribe this and all videos that I make. Be one of my fans, and don't forget to join the Discord server that Yepson has on his thing right there. If you join during this video, we assume you're cool, and we just let you right in. So if you haven't already, now is the time. And we have game nights once a month with everybody, and there's political debates, there's everything you can imagine. Just be cool. Now, let's talk about the beautiful man in blue over there who runs balg.co with a bunch of / material of all different kinds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go ahead and ride along the wave that you created there with your
PBS.
Your honest approach to marketing, the anti-marketing marketing.
None of the above, said Richard Pryor in one of his best movies.
Anti-marketing dollar. The anti-marketing dollar is a heavy dollar.
It is.
So all magical tools are best if you create them yourself.
Absolutely.
But if you don't want to, I will sell you those tools.
Oh, I love that. So beautiful. I love that. I love that. Yes. Look, I still had to buy a resin skull. I didn't make that. Like, I had to buy that. So, yeah. Shaman, there he is. Shaman, I'm going to get with you because we got to do 2 more consults, brother. Thank you for that.
Oh, yeah. Shit. Hey, real quick. There was another super chat I forgot to get to.
Fuck.
Shaman just popped in with great to see all you brothers and sisters. You all have a great night. Fucking appreciate you, dude. And Nick Smith also said, "You guys keep magic fun, loving and dark.
Thank
a
you,
few
Nick.
bucks in honor of King Belial and Queen Hecate.
Fuck yeah.
EADH and Flesh Priest, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Nick.
So yeah, guys, I'm sure you guys know, but if you don't know, Balg is one of the coolest groups in this industry. You can trust everything. I love it. I love the guys there. They've become my good friends, at least the people that I hang out with there. I don't know about everybody. I got to be honest. I never talked to everybody you got working there, but the people that I have talked to are like my family now. So
sometimes I'm surprised at my own catalog.
Right? It's pretty good, man. It's pretty
I go on the
fucking
website and I'm like, oh, this person.
good.
And
I refuse to join, but I will be supporter till like the day that I have no reason. I will support you guys. Because you guys, you do so much. I know that there's profit, but you do so much for free. Somebody could, my channel too, but yours is bigger. I'm going to give you the credit because you started this fucking shit. If somebody wants to learn magic, the basics, and get started, just run through this dude's catalog right here on YouTube. Watch everything. I'm not saying there's not other sources but you've never held anything that was fundamental back. The fundamentals you've always shared for free. It's the product of those fundamentals that you have made your here's your cherry on top if you want the extra.
Yeah. Well, and really, the reality that opens up to you with magic is going to be 100% unique to you. And I can't tell you what that's going to look like. Like I can tell you how to get there. And I can tell you how I got there.
Yeah, that's what it is. How we got there, right? Exactly.
Yeah. And yeah, no, we we do a really, really good job, specifically of throwing the information out there. It's the real financial reward is not thinking about the financial reward and just doing what I love.
Do something beautiful and then go, I can afford to have food this month. Yeah, I know that feeling.
Yeah. And just and to not link my activities today with a reward.
Yes, that's so true. No, that is so. When I wrote my first book, I didn't care if I made a dime. I just wanted to write a book. It was just yes. That's gold right there. That's gold. All right, let's bring in the beautiful people. We'll give them until the I don't know how much. Well, we've been streaming for 3 hours and 38 minutes. So let's get it to the 4th hour, and then I got to tuck my wife in. She's probably asleep, but I'll wake her up and we'll tuck her in.
Yeah, she went to bed a little while ago.
Yeah, she did. She went to bed a little early. So for those of you who don't remember, jump in Discord. The Discord link is actually easy. It's discord.gg/6 2 lowercase e's TR 2 uppercase e's, and then maybe at some point, sexy tree. So maybe at some point, Flesh will put the link in the chat at some point.
I'll go ahead and post that as I introduced the guests to the show who have been on before, Elric and Lamia Nightstorm.
All right.
Hey guys.
What's up?
What's happening?
Not much.
So I want to chime in here real quick.
There's some deep convo tonight.
Yeah.
I want to chime in here real quick. EA.
Yeah, buddy.
Fucking legit, man. You did heavy hand challenge me, and I appreciate it so much because literally after that last email, I was like, all right, the LHP will know my name. And
I'm going to tell you something, man. The respect that I have developed for you, just looking at the work that you've done in the community, but most of all in yourself, like your own unraveling of who you are, dude. Most people that don't work with me right now, that used to work with me, hate me. And they hate me because I do that to people. I lay challenges out, and most people will not take the challenge. Like, most people will be insulted that I told them that they could do better. And dude, like you, yeah, and you know, I appreciate your understanding of what was behind that, because it did come and does come from a place of respect and seeing what you could be. There's nothing, I will tell you what, dude, there's nothing I hate worse than looking at people and going, you could be so much more, and you're not giving yourself the chance. And the fact that you stepped up and gave yourself the chance, dude, you're a living fucking god.
It's all inspired by you, brother. Like I said, I watched you since 2013 when you uploaded your 3rd video on YouTube. And I was like, man, you know, this guy's got something going. And then you blow it up with the 9 kings at once. And then, you know, just so much. And I was like, man, you know, I could totally be doing this too.
Yeah. Dude,
I spent so long.
That's it.
I spent so long hiding in the shadows. I mean, as you and I talked about, you know, and it was like, when you gave me that challenge, I was like, all right, he wants to see me do this, I'll do this, you know? So
yeah. No, dude, you raised yourself levels. Yeah. No, awesome. Well done, brother. Well done.
Thank you.
Oh, looks like we have 5 people on video right now.
I'm trying to work on getting 6, but I'm trying to find people's things because I don't have all of their things.
Oh, I'll be right back.
But yes, you know, speaking of the people that hate you, I've encountered some of them, and it's kind of funny because they'll be talking to me and they're like, oh yeah, man, you know, I tried EA stuff and this and that. And I'm like, did it work? And they're like, kind of. And I'm like, what'd you do wrong then? I was like, because I've done a lot of his same stuff and it works for me. I was like, that's the one reason that, you know, even on the core, not including the person, just the magic. Yeah. I was like, I have mad respect for him and everything he does.
Thank you. You know, and I'll tell you what, here's the thing, this is what was really frustrating when I first started Become a Living God, and doing, rather than rather than taking my thoughts and my experiences and writing a whole book on them, to do like newsletters and clickbait titles and this kind of thing was like, there are only a few principles of magic. There are really only a few. You got to find a million ways of telling people what those are, and because they're not hearing you the other way. And maybe some of them are, but not everybody. So you're almost having to speak to every single person in different ways. How many spells can you really do? You can stretch it out to 1,000,000, but it's all using the exact same fundamental principles. So this is the. I'm so amazed that like no matter how long I stay in this, no matter how hard I go, there's always more. Like there, you just dive into like, and not more quantity, but more quality. Like it deepens so deep, and is like, the reality that I'm in is nothing like the reality I was in a couple years ago. Completely different reality. Yeah.
Legit.
You know what, though? That's something that, EA, that's really, really weird that you say that. You know what I did like a year ago? You know how people ask you what your 3-year plans are, your 5-year plans? Well, my daughter was having some personal issues, and I just decided to say, fuck it. The only thing I'm focusing on is getting her through high school, and then I'll make plans. So I threw everything to the wind and just said, fuck it. And you know what? The things that have happened to me this year, I don't even plan for the next day. Okay, the plans I had yesterday turned into completely different plans today. Eric even knows some of them because him and I talked about it first thing this morning. But like not only is my life changing like month by month, but day to day, hour by hour, second to second, and I can't even see the one that's coming next. Like, and it's so from left field, but it's because I've suspended. It's kind of like I heard DH say when he was saying, if you suspend the belief in one moment that whatever's possible could be impossible, or whatever's impossible could be possible, and you put yourself in that state. Well, I've kind of done that like in a physical sort of way, where I just don't predict. Yeah. And like, if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have met any of you guys, And the bizarro thing that happened today is I came to realize that I have a personal problem that I can't figure out how to connect with people in the community as far as like tracking what everyone's fucking doing. And so, today I started a company. Wasn't planning on doing that yesterday, by the way. But basically, it's sort of going to be between a profit and a nonprofit. But it's so that all of us can put all our shit up there. Any of you guys that want a profile that are doing a business,
so
writing books, you're doing a merchant. I don't give a shit. Like, everyone can have fucking listings as long as we know they're not frauds. That way people have like a single resource they can go to find everything. So they used to have it in the right-hand path community. It was called Witchfox, and then it closed. So one thing you can do that would be just like on a technical nuts and bolts. I don't know if you've got an accountant helping you or anything or whatever, but you can easily file that as a pass-through corporation. So that corporation would basically just be like a shell corporation that would exist for being able to hold other people's money before that gets distributed. And so that it's a really simple way to set that up. And then you can do a nonprofit off of that or whatever. But like Become a Living God is a pass-through corporation. Then Timothy and I both have 1 million different businesses. But isn't it cool? So there is something cool. Like, I start businesses all the time. Most of them I don't do anything with. But like, if I get an idea of something I want to do in the world, I go register it. Like it doesn't cost much money, and it kind of like commits me to trying. Yeah, and this I don't necessarily like, and I think I'll let people, because it's about independence, right? Do it on your own terms. You just want to link to Bog with your fucking picture? Cool. Right. If DH wants to list every friggin' mirror, links to his Etsy shop and put up videos, cool. If Elric wants to run the entire ODD off the fucking site, I don't give a shit. Really, it's good. I wanted to just, it's one of those things I'm just throwing out to the fucking universe. Whatever the fuck this thing becomes, it's there. If people need me to set up processing payments for them because they can't, and then, you know, whatever, send them a check, cool, I can do that, whatever. But I decided the thing is, like, new people coming into the community, they have no fucking clue where to go. They miss half of the good shit because they don't know anyone. So, and it's somewhere where we can run our events and promote them, and
well, you know, a lot of it is like, honestly, from what I've really when COVID hit, to back up a little bit, right before COVID hit, like for the last year before COVID hit, I was working through heavy transformation, and I had some coaches helping me out, and I had a group that I had joined, like a rah motivational group and whatever, and I was just piecing myself together. I actually had job offers to go do motivational speaking as long as I could come up with a repentance thing. I left the darkness behind, and I was like, I really had to come to terms with that. I was sitting in a conference after I had been made 3 job offers that were going to be millions of dollars, but all of them required that. And I sat and kind of went, huh. And a voice came to me and said, now is not the time to turn away from who you are. And I was like, oh, fuck. And so, and that came, and boom, it was like a couple days later that COVID hit and started locking everything down. So when I came home, I had to really look at, like, who am I and who are my people? Because that is the resource. No matter how bad things get, what are the relationships that I have? That is the ultimate resource. And for me to be a resource to that as well. And so I started looking at, like, how can I help the community? What can I do to be more involved? And a lot of, at least from what I've seen, a lot of that is what's going on, like, right here tonight. The chat rooms inside of these conversations, all over YouTube, the chat rooms in Facebook when people are doing the live videos. If I see Connor Kendall, Infernal Obelisk pop on, boom, I'm gonna watch him. I'm gonna give him support, and I'm just gonna chat with the people in the room, because it is, like, so grassroots. But you do kind of just have to get in and it does, like, so tonight I was like, I've been playing Need for Speed 2, just a racing game.
I've been playing Jedi Fallen Order. Damn, that's good.
I was like, maybe I'll get to jump on and do that. And I'm like, DH is having this thing, and I really, at first it was like, I want to be here to support him. And then as I was in the chat room talking to people, I'm like, no, I'm actually excited for the conversation. Here's some.
You planned it last night. Don't kid yourselves, guys. I can feel it.
It was, but no, like, but just getting into this, choosing on a pretty regular basis to do this, and to not just, like, especially for those of us that make a living at this, to also do it just on our free time, because this is what we love doing.
I like to think of it like a kingdom or something. Like when Belial took me on that wild ride in his chariot, and he showed me my kingdom being built in my fledgling little castle, one stone at a time, being put together by 1 or 2 little people helping me. And as I've developed it, and I guess now I've got maybe, like, not the first floor, but the first layer of stones, and I can see what the castle is going to look like. I realize, okay, I need my merchants, and I need my people now. I need the people that are going to come live in that kingdom, the people that are going to be part of it, and I need to develop the population. What's a king without people that he serves? Literally, he serves the people if he's doing it.
Oh, that was I was
you put that.
You know what, guys? Yeah. It's so fucking bizarre that we all ended up on here tonight. Well, it's really not, because my whole life's been bizarre lately. But the whole thing is, like, every single one of you has contributed something to this whole idea. I don't want this to be my fiefdom. Like, I'm not trying to exploit anyone.
It's my
the
fiefdom.
thing is, well, no. My friend was like, well, it sounds like you're doing a nonprofit. I'm like, oh, fuck no. I want to fucking make money too. But the thing is, I want everyone else to do it. But I also want anyone approaching that has interest about the community to have a way to find it. So that's why I'm saying I want it to be kind of an open market black arts, or it doesn't even have to be black arts. Hell, I don't fucking care if the shamans and the fucking white lighters want to jump in. Fuck them, let them. You know, if they don't mind playing in the sandbox with us. But the thing is, like, I'm calling Esoteric Arts Association. and everyone is independent within the association. There is no rules really about your thing. You know, tell me what you need, we'll make it happen. But the thing is, like, you know how, like, this came up, DH brought this up. This is something I've been talking about with my roommates at home for over 2 years. EA brought it up on a live stream. Elric has brought it up. That's what I'm saying. Every single one of you guys have touched to this idea that I've had for over 2 years, and I didn't even know any of you guys 2 years, like, even 6 months ago. So the thing is, this whole thing about building an intentional community, I think EA has said build up our defenses. Like DH is saying, you know, get your merchants and your people together. Elric has been like, we need to fucking come together, you know. And the thing is, like, right now, if we can't do that physically, right? If there is not a physical place where we can build that community and that empire, if we start off doing it electronically, and like I said, I already have the hub in the process of being built. So all we have to do is tie into the hub, and then send out the right people will tie into the hub and find us.
So those are great first steps.
We have, the stronger we'll be. And then when we can go real life, we'll already have it ready to go.
Yeah. So those are great first steps, especially with everything in the uncertainty that it is. In the grander scheme, I am looking for an island to buy.
Well, yeah, but you know what? If we've all been working together and we have this giant enterprise of spoked wheels, don't you think we'd be able to generate enough money to buy an island? Come on.
Generating money is never a problem for a black magician.
Exactly.
It's having enough. It is really just a matter of having enough desire and really needing it to the point that you're like. So here's the thing: if I identify the island and I go, okay, this is the time, this is the island. Verify it, and everything is, once Shakti comes and is moving through me, freaking all the resources will be made available. They always do.
I think that's the way, when you just let it go, I think the universe does that for you. It becomes effortless.
Yeah.
You know?
If you know, so it's interesting because it's effortless effort, because you are applying effort, but you're in flow. You're not. You know, there's a book y'all might be familiar with called A Course in Miracles, and it's by this Abraham Hicks, really great kind of primer on manifestation, law of attraction, all that kind of stuff. And in it, she says that as you're if you're paddling upstream and you just keep paddling upstream, drop the fucking oars. Like, just drop the oars. You're not doing yourself any good. Let the river take you where it takes. And this is the journey you're on. Like, I had some clients come out for a boot camp, and I took them out in the middle of the desert, and just being guided by nothing, by just whatever pulled me, the magnetism. And we get out to the perfect spot. We just all knew it when we were there. And we knelt down in a triangle and drew a triangle in the sand, and I just kind of let the spirit of the moment come through me, and the words that came out were kind of surprising to me because it's not my normal message, but none of us are where we're at right now by our choices. We're here by a lot of accidents. We're here by shit that we didn't prepare for, we didn't know was going to be coming, by challenges that we had no idea, and by the really weird things, the things that we can't explain that nudged us so we can be here tonight. Yeah. It is pretty remarkable.
You know, the other thing that kind of blew my mind, okay, I tend to be a control freak in general. Other than like this year, I'm just like, okay, hands off the steering wheel. Where's the car taking me? But, you know, the Dark Arts Summit. Okay, I plan things meticulously. I'm an event planner. That's kind of what I've done. Jennifer, too, right? Not a single fucking thing I planned with that Dark Arts Summit went the way it was supposed to. But by like,
whenever you
Friday evening, when I finally said, fuck it, that's it. We're just going to do necromancy tonight, and we'll fucking figure out tomorrow. When I let go of it, and Jennifer was like, well, what are we doing next? I'm like, we're fucking doing necromancy. What about tomorrow? I'm like, I don't fucking know. I'll tell you tomorrow. And once I let go of that, this beautiful thing, and all of you were a part of it, bloomed. And nobody cared that we weren't on schedule. Nobody cared that Q&A went over 2.5 hours into the next person's slot. You know, nobody gave a shit if we were on until 3 a.m. You know, no one fucking cared. And it was just organic, and nobody has said anything bad about oh, this was just poorly planned or executed, and their timing was off. And no, everyone was like, that was cool as shit, man. Whether we were presenting, whether they were attending, whether they were merchanting, everyone, and if we'd have tried to control that, like the plan was,
when you're working
it wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, when you're working with black magic and with the shadows and the shadow world, the things that you think are going to happen are not the things that are going to happen. It's the things that you maybe hope, especially if you have that buried fear of like, oh, I really hope this doesn't go. That's the shit that goes on. And so when you let go, you're able, just letting yourself just go into it, let it. But once again, it's effortless effort because you were still there, holding the reins. You were still there, making sure that the kites were still flying. But you had to give them just the slack that it all needed because there is a really amazing human organization principle that's at work all the time, where it's like when you just let people interact, the overmind that comes out of that, the genius that comes out of that, it's like so. I love Burning Man. I'm going to probably go back next year. And it's such an awesome experience. 80,000 people just partying in the desert, all kinds of orgy going on, fire, music, and everything.
People touching each other, crap that I don't like.
But
he's
it's
like, Thorne, you got to come. We're all going to like sleep together in a hammock. I'm like, no.
You hear the music is going everywhere, and especially as more camps come out, there's just every camp everywhere. There's music everywhere, and it starts to form an underlying music, and
yeah, I do a lot of festivals. I feel you, yeah.
Where you stand back and it's like you hear the whoa, 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 and it's the entire place comes to life in his one voice, and for what's really beautiful when you're doing mantra, like I was saying earlier about sitting in a circle with people and just singing, oh. You do that, and it becomes so psychedelic, and then there becomes, if there are, like, let's say 3 of you there becomes a fourth voice that is audible to everybody, that comes into play, and everyone goes, oh shit! It is the voice of the other.
A shit ton of drummers around a fire circle while people are dancing. The energy is insane. That those drums become alive, like they're alive. They're an entity that is there with you.
Oh,
like,
There's our plan for Burning Man, EA.
What's that?
I said we'll all get together at Burning Man. DH, EA, myself. Lamina,
no, I want to go to Post-Apocalypse Weekend. That's what I want.
So I don't care for that actually. I looked into doing that because a lot of guys would do Burning Man for a week, and usually a week to 2 weeks because they'd go and build Burning Man. And then they would go to the post-apocalypse. What is that called? That's
I think it's called Wasteland Weekend, actually.
Wasteland Weekend, yeah. So then they would go immediately to Wasteland Weekend, and I started looking into it. There are a lot of rules of what you can and can't wear, what you can and can't do. So, for instance, they have a Thunderdome, and it is a full-on battle Thunderdome. Now, my buddies that I did Burning Man with, they went in there. One of them dressed like a transformer, and the other one like a dinosaur, and they battled, and they basically got uninvited from that forever. Like that was too silly.
Oh, what the fuck?
Silly.
It's a themed event. That's why. Like it's if you go to like a Ren Fair in like a Voltron suit, it's they wouldn't let you do it.
I have the hardest time conforming to anything. Like
right.
Yeah.
You need to go. Okay, guys, I know it's on the East Coast, which is a little harder for you, EA, but there is a really cool, no, it's a kink event. It's called Dark Odyssey. Fucking talk about a hands-on, awesome, fun, just like fucking week. That is all.
Let me know when they get the eyes wide shut party. And no, just kidding.
You know,
I'm gonna have that, dude. The ODD Infernal Church is gonna have an eyes wide shut theme party.
I'm down.
So I think we're gonna call it soon because I got to do some stuff now. It's time for me to close the stream. It's been hour 4, and I spilled wax all over my robe, so I'm gonna have to go fucking put ice cubes on it or whatever.
Well, if any of you guys want to come to the Dark Heart Zoom slumber party after this, literally we've been running it last night was the first night I missed because I crashed, but We've been running it every single night. Just log in the middle of the night. We're always on there.
So we got 2 super chats. Johann Josef von Engelstadt said, "Here's a
We
small
actually have
contribution."
3.
We do. Okay, read them off, buddy. You
Yeah,
might have missed one that I caught.
Yeah, so we have one from Shaman. He said, EA, your last ritual in the Dark Arts Summit was great for me. Thank you. That woke me up in so many ways.
Oh, that was killer. That was, yeah, me too. I went into that.
Shaman needs to reach out to me. Reach out to me. He knows why.
Oh, and you know what? And by the way, I've seen that you left me some voicemails, and I haven't had a chance to listen to them yet. I am going to, though. I'm not ignoring you.
I don't even remember what they say, man. So maybe you can inform me when you figure it out.
Sweet.
We also have Johannes Josef von Engelstadt. He said, here's a small contribution to that show. The one with Alex Jones, that is.
Is that what you said with Alex Jones? I was going to say, because I do have a show in mind, but I won't say it because I think he likes his privacy. But yeah.
And last one was from Shaman again. He asks, any dark arts for Christmas? The Dark Arts Summit was magnificent.
Oh yeah. There's gonna be dark arts. I'm thinking every month.
Santa Claus and Krampus to have a battle royale.
So
you guys want to make and have happen? Let me know. I'm down to make it happen. Just tell me what it is.
Yeah.
Like I said, whatever happens. Just whatever till it stops. I guess.
So DH, Alex and I are trying to figure out our Christmas plans, and I don't know what you plan on doing. You're welcome to come hang out if you want. I don't know. You got a lot of family you could probably want to get away from.
Unfortunately, like usually Christmas is fucky, so we probably won't. But I don't know. I might take you up on definitely something this year, dude. I would love to do holidays like So you guys caught me, like obviously I'm self-employed now, but there was a time my wife and I and Desmond can completely confirm this, from pretty much like next week until Christmas Eve, we kind of, if we do show up to hang out, it's like we're dragging our guts behind us, like, oh my God, we're fucking eviscerated. Because we work 12 plus hours a day. So my wife's gonna be working 12 plus until Christmas. So we have, so me, I'm gonna be bored as fuck. I'm probably gonna go visit. I might even just just to have something to do, I might go put in a few hours there and sell some Christmas trees for good old time's sake and fucking remember I don't work there on purpose anymore. I can actually leave if I want to. So that'll be fun. So I might do that because I do enjoy sitting around the fire and fucking, getting tips for it for next to nothing. So.
I am very serious though for Thanksgiving of 2021. So most of us that are on the left-hand path, most of us are a bit disconnected from our biological families and stuff, and really we found family in each other. And what do you do for Thanksgiving? You come together with family. Yeah. And so that's kind of like what I would like to do for next Thanksgiving is to have a family Thanksgiving of the left-hand path, and really just as big as it needs to be or whatever. We'll find the banquet hall. We'll make this shit happen. But
I already started planning it for you, man, when you mentioned it last week.
Awesome. You're so cool.
I mean, at the very least, a holiday. I'll have to see because
people already signed up cooking. So
because of certain family members, we'll see about me on that one. I want to. It's not. I'm not saying no because I'm like, oh, I don't want to do that. It's more on the lines of like, okay, now I got to freaking my mom, their parents, who but no. I
do it the weekend before or the weekend after, so people can make it.
That is actually a doable. Like to me, that's because at least So let's not close the book on it. Let's say write it in here in pencil.
Adjust it as would be good.
And I'm making you tuna casserole because you're a smart ass and I am too.
Oh, dude.
How Thanksgiving tuna casserole is what you're getting from me.
But yeah, no. So no, I'm definitely down, dude, because I've been planning this. We just got to figure out, like I said, how to get there with COVID bullshit and how to fucking, how to live it.
So.
Can I spray paint what looks like a mask on my face and just say I got a mask on?
I mean, so at this point, we are all peacefully complying.
Yeah, not much longer. I mean, sorry, YouTube, that was a joke.
Yeah.
I do have a contingency plan for this because, like I said, I'm a planner, even if I'm not planning anything lately. But no, here's my plan: is if we can't fly by 2021 and we want to get together. Like, if we pick a place, like really nice Airbnb or a resort, or I don't give a fuck what it is, campground, hell, a piece of patch in the middle of the woods, I don't give a shit. If we pick it somewhere, say, like Missouri or I don't know, Iowa, like somewhere kind of central to the U.S., we can all just come in from wherever the fuck we are and pick up everyone along the way. No. So, like, you know what I mean? And converge on whatever spot that's as close as we can make it to the middle.
So, and that'll be something that we'll have to consider is because if flights are open, we probably want to do it.
Because the flights are open, it's just the fucking mask bullshit. Do I want to have not only are they going to stick their finger in my ass when I'm getting on the plane, but then they're going to be taking pictures of my nose and say, "Did you wear your mask the whole time? Fuck you."
Yeah.
Right.
Like, where's that picture of like the finger? Desmond, I know you got it. The picture of the finger going in the guy's butt.
That is so. I complained a little bit after 9/11, but it's kind of like, God, I don't have to travel by plane, but good God, it's nice to get places really fucking fast. And so like, I actually really got in. I miss, like, I would go down, I'd fly down to Austin and just spend the weekend there partying, and then I would fly out to San Diego, and I'd fly to New York, I'd fly to UK and Spain. It's like, it was killer. That was like my pleasure. The money that I was using for my pleasure was to do all that, and then I'd go there to those places and basically, if I'm not partying, doing work. And even when I'm partying, that's work.
Change your paradigm, EA. Think about it like this. If we can't fly, now if we can fly, right on. Yeah, let's get there sooner. We can hang out longer. If we can't, let's make it fun. Let's have a scavenger hunt along the way.
Like a good road hunt. Like, no, I mean, see, that's the thing. I'm down with like a decent road trip if my wife is. So like, that's cool with me.
Right. Let's make some fun shit that we have to do along the way. Like, everyone has to show up with 20 unique items, and each one has to be in this category. So as you're getting there, you're having to figure out, fuck, what state am I in? What kind of shit do I need from this state? You know what I mean? Make a game out of it. Fucking if we have to.
Does it count?
We'll make it happen.
Does it count if I show up with? Does it count if I show up with a speeding ticket from every state I went to?
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I'm gonna say I'm probably not gonna do that, but I might.
For adults only that want to.
Yeah. No. Well, you know, I don't want to obscure the thing with too much stuff, but no, we can definitely add in some fun elements to it for sure, and find a centralized place. I mean, it's really hard because things are going in a direction that highly populated areas are probably good areas to avoid for the next while.
Like forever. Yeah.
And for many other reasons than a virus. The virus is not what's killing people right now.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's killing some people, but it's not the biggest killer out there.
No.
I just think where there's a will, there's a way. If we want to make it happen, there's lots of options for making it happen. We'll pull it off. So.
I mean,
so long as we're not sitting there in the woods and hear ba-da-ding, ding, 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 we don't take too kindly to.
They're going to be way more afraid of us than
that's what I'm afraid of. No, that's what I'm afraid of. Is they're going to be afraid of us and be like, we don't take too kindly to Lucifer and Satanist wacko fucks like you.
So
that's my friend in Virginia. He's like, no, we got to keep our shit on the down low because they're going to.
At the very least, I've got a right down the road from me here, out in the wilderness, is a little camp area that they use for Boy Scouts presentations and stuff for different churches and stuff. And it is something that we could rent out and just. So at the very least, we've got spots. There are different stuff.
I have my roommate is on the Boy Scout Council, and so like I could probably get us an in if it's a Boy Scout place.
I got kicked out of the Boy Scouts.
I kicked in the Boy Scouts. No. All right, guys. I'm gonna have to wrap this. So everybody's watching.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Lamia Shaman got in with the super chat. He said, "I have had a screwed up week, Miss Lamia. My job changed. I will get back with you."
Okay.
You're that sucks to hear, and you got.
Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe his job got changed in a good way.
Oh,
yeah. Hopefully change.
You know what?
So you are all invited to the after party tonight. If you don't have the Zoom link, send me a message. I'll get it to you. But we'll probably log on as soon as you log off, DH, and you're welcome to, man.
Word. I got to clean up this wax. Whew.
We'll
Dude,
do the.
That's like if I weren't a black magician, I wouldn't have so many issues with wax. Like I got wax.
Right? Right?
Like, man, like ever since I took up magic, like my life has just been wax, carpet, and fucking everywhere.
On the bright side, your house tends to smell nice. Well, sort of.
Right?
In incense, you know.
Yeah.
But
all right, guys, awesome hanging out. Thanks for letting me just jump on.
Fuck off.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're welcome, brother. All right, guys. Thank you guys for showing up.
Love you guys. Thank
Once
you,
again,
DH.
links are in the description. Give us all a like, a love, and a subscribe. And we shall see you guys next week. And I forgot to mention the whole thing about the political sideshow we were going to have. So Eric left. He probably has to go pee. So Elric, you'll definitely be invited for that whenever I do it. Hopefully I can remember what day we're doing it. That's the only issue. I don't know what day I got free. But if I can figure out a night or a day that we got free, and maybe I'll drug Yepson and make him host it anyway. I'm kidding. I won't do that to you, Yepson. But it'll probably be, if I can get him, Saramatis, which was on last week. He was freaking awesome. Elric, probably Eric. We'll see what happens. We'll see who we can get. And I don't know if it's going to be a live stream, only because I would like to be able to say whatever the fuck we want to say. And and do it that way. So it might be a pre-recorded event instead, and then I'll upload it if I can do it to BitChute. But I don't know. We'll have to take a vote.
Touch base with me. I think Tovar's equipment will allow you to all come in on a call box. And
I know I can get all that.
Stream it off of the internet.
No, I know how to do all that. I got all OBS and everything. I can record everybody together. It won't be a problem.
Okay.
No, that's not a problem. It's just a question of censorship, because YouTube's censorship happy. Do I want to be able to just say whatever the fuck we want, or do I there's certain things like Elric talks about, like the picture of the Kex being loaded in the magazines. It's a thing that is easier to talk about on platforms where you still got to worry about spooks watching, but you don't have to worry about getting your channel unplugged because you dared to say, things like you're not going to take it anymore.
For sure. So, yeah, you don't want to have that conversation on, shall we say, mainstream media. I don't think.
No. Even questioning the narrative. I've seen people's videos where it's not in the title, it's nothing they're talking about, but the subject of COVID pops up. They say it a few times too many in the video, and there's the warning in the drop box. Sorry, don't need that in my life. Don't need it. Don't need that shit. Yeah. So I will see. We'll talk about it maybe on Discord. Maybe I'll make an announcement on Discord for those who want to do it. And we'll probably limit it to like 4 of us or something. That way it's not too crazy. But, we'll see what happens. Maybe the first one we should have a consensus, and then do one where we have a plurality of different people with different perspectives who agree and disagree. And we'll see.
You can make a whole series of it, man. Not that I want to be on that series, but you can do a whole.
We'll definitely have to get Eddie Romanov on there.
There's a lot of different views, and I don't want it to be too, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we want to do, because I've sort of, on one hand, I would like it to be open forum, and on the other hand, I would like to promote what I think is right. Like, why wouldn't I? It's my channel. So I will have to see. I'd like different perspectives from the same general direction, if that makes sense. People who don't maybe agree about everything, but agree about the fundamentals would be maybe what I would want, at least on some level, at some point. But I'd still like to open the floor for different ideas later on. So maybe establish, I want it to be rational, and I want it to be open, and I also want it to be valid in the sense that it's not just an echo chamber, but I don't want it to be like where 5 of us all agree on the same thing and then one person gets dogpiled. And I don't want it to be a shouting match. As cool as Eddie was, I'm sure if we were talking video to video, there might have been tension that would have been palpable. And it's easier sometimes. If the good thing about text is the same thing that's bad about text. If somebody's getting frustrated or animated about it, it doesn't turn into a thing. So long as everybody has the same rules, we don't make it personal. It's just text on a screen. It's not so bad. But then again, in video, you have a different bonus, and that is people don't tend to be as nasty in person. So, like, Eddie was cool, so it could be cool. Like, I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. I'm just going to meditate on it and think about it. But I think a bitching fest between people who agree would be therapeutic for me anyway. That would be a therapeutic.
Legit. I'm with you on that.
It'll be the right thing that you need at that time.
It sure will. Yeah. Well, I know that some people will be definitely down. So we just got to figure out a day that works for everybody. Unfortunately, I've got consults and all this stuff and blah 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 blah. So we shall play that by many ears.
Oh, it's so horrible. You're just making money and doing
no,
work.
because they're not all. Some of those are ones that are pre-booked.
Oh my!
No, it's not. It's not all. No. So a lot of these are free, and then there's family stuff. And
I'm just poking you, man.
No, I know. No, I wish it was that simple because I took a hit this month between two. Number one, coming out politically, I lost subscribers and shit again, which is what I expected. I'm not complaining, but it is obnoxious that it's like, okay, fine, whatever. There's that.
It's a trend. Nobody's going to be able to sit on the sidelines with anything anymore.
No,
You're going to have to pick a
And
faction.
those are the ones that piss me off the
your
most.
faction's loyal.
I get mad at both. I get mad at people who want to take my freedoms away. I do, but then the ones who get mad that I'm even complaining about it, those people, there's a piece of me that wants to give them the biggest piece of the business, but I can't because I understand what they're saying. But it's like, those are the people, I call them the detached fools. They think that they can bury their head in the sand and wait, and they can't. So let's plan that, and this way Flesh Priest can be blessedly free of this conversation and fly away.
He who sits on the fence gets shot by both sides.
Yeah, exactly. That's true too. So all right, guys. Again, for those of you still watching, thank you so much for tuning in.
And I are drinking while you guys talk politics. Okay.
So thank you guys for tuning in. We'll catch you guys next week. We are planning on adding some new stuff to the format, which will be, as soon as we get our ability to do it and get some stuff, we're going to talk about some of the more pop culture, urban legend stuff. Like, we're going to do some research on just things and bring them up and put occultist positions on them. Like, we're gonna this is the Aleister Crowley doggy style of this idea. We're gonna talk about that. So
yeah, I've actually been cooking some shit up with that, and I'm just gonna awkwardly Quasimodo over here on camera, and yeah, I'm cooking some shit up with that. I think it's gonna be cool, especially when I floated some of it by.
Oh, I see why you got a Quasimodo. I just realized what the problem was.
Yep.
Spiritual
Alistair. Open, just so you know.
All right.
I just mentioned to EA about like, oh yeah, me and DH are planning this thing, and we fucking started going off on some shit.
What I'd like to do is, like, you can find like things that have occult ties, like pictures of death scenes and stuff. I want to find like stuff like that and like analyze them from occultist perspectives and see, were they just crazy or were they literally trying to invoke a spirit while they were like murdering this person? Like, what was going on? So some of that would be fun,
Oh, trust me, I'm gonna bring some of that up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
black-eyed kids and the shadow people, man.
Yeah, exactly. What about what was that? Whatchamacallit Pass that they did a video game about? Starts with a K.
Daltov Pass.
Yes.
Yeah, it was like a Bigfoot thing. Yeah.
Well, that one was actually
No, you're not digging deep enough, man.
Well, I'm saying
that was Bigfoot.
Aliens, monsters, demons, whatever. So there's some, the Karnikov, Kolat. I don't remember. I'll look it up. But yeah, there was something Pass. Yeah, something Pass is what.
Dark Love Pass, I think it was called, or
maybe that was it.
Pretty sure it was Daltov.
Daltov, yeah, something like that. Because it was over in my native home soil.
There's also SCP stuff that we could touch on and be like, hey, how much does this apply to actual factual shit that we know? So there's so many subjects that can be touched on, and I would be down. So maybe next week, if we can get a good one that is not too, like, the thing is we need somebody to present it really well, so that'll probably be Flesh. And like, get some files together and read them and have pictures to put up and stuff like that and really analyze it and take a shit on it from an occult perspective, I think would be fun. So let's do it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Again, thank you for tuning in. If you're still here, like, subscribe, share, warn your friends that we're crazy. And we'll check you all next week.
Shadow Priest.
Stay defiant, motherfuckers.
Bye.
And mind the shadows.
Mind them, bitches.
Shadows.